En son kiliseye girecektik. Telefon konuşması bayağı darma duman ettiydi. Tatlar kaçık. Vermintide 2 evet ücretsiz Steam'de. Ne hayır lan? Nereye bastık lan? Allah Allah kopyalamamış. Yok önceden bitirmedim. Türkçesinin çıkmasına şey yapmıştım. Bekleyeyim demiştim. Geldiğim yerden buraya kadar gelmedim öyle söyleyeyim. Gördüğüm her şey yeni benim için de. Zaten bir oynadığınız diğer oynadığınızda tutmuyor çoğu zaman. Oynayış tarzınızla alakalı. Evet, saat 21'de GAB'ye gidecektik. Algı eksi 1. Durt eksi 2 defterden. Okey. Görevler. Okey yapabiliriz artık. Pantolon. Kurban dövmeleri. Başkasına sor. Allah Allah. Irhandaki numara. Ha, Alice'i arayacağız. Cinayet silahı. Balkonu tüttüren eleman. Aynen buna 21'de gideceğiz. Kız şeye sola gitmemiz lazım. Bizim elemanı yolladıktan sonra gideriz. Kara budalanın ceketini buldu. Onu bulduk. Manuskripto. Tuzakları incele. 2 tane kalmış. İskeledeki ceset. Karakollara cesetle ilgili bilgi var. Kütüphane adı. Okey. Şimdi de gidebiliriz.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood.
Ahşap işçiliğini inceleyelim
The
bakalım.
carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the church itself. Two large beams shoot downwards, sinking into the wood before they reach the threshold.
Yandaki elemanı nasıl yollayacağız? Akşam gidiyor sadece o. Başka türlü salmıyor seni. Salmaz ki. Hem açılıyor hem de blokları annesi sonra elini kılıçların birinin üzerine gezdir.
The surface is smooth from the wind, but moist to the touch.
Makilede daha yakından
This
bak.
cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles
Sağlam.
together a hasp and a staple screwed into the wooden. It'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also, that sticker is interesting, somehow.
Kilitle uğraşmaktansa sürgüyü kırmak daha kolay olabilir. Çıkartma da ilginç görünüyor. Çıkartmaya
You
bak.
see a yellow circle with two X's and a big curve below them that looks like a mouth. You're pretty sure you haven't seen it before, but what the symbol depicts is clear enough. A smiling dead guy. The curve makes it smile, and the X's make it dead.
Gülümseyen adam varmış ölü. Sembolü daha önce gördün mü?
He takes off his glasses and uses a blue handkerchief to thoroughly wipe them clean before inspecting the sticker.
No.
Yok. Bence neye
Looks like
benziyor?
a dead man smiling.
Bir adam
Suggests
gülümsüyor gibi.
junior delinquency.
Çocuk kabahatlerine bir işaret. Bu neymiş?
Vorher war stolz aussi, The moral intern defined junior delinquents as minors between the ages of 10 and 16 who have committed an act in
10-16
violation
yaş
of the law.
arası sıkıntılı yasa dışı
These acts
çocuklarmış.
aren't called crimes as they would be for
Suç
adults.
denmiyormuş.
Crimes committed by minors are
Kabahat
called
deniyor.
delinquent acts. This was part of your officer's exams.
Niye bir çocuk kabahat olduğunu düşünüyorsun ki?
I haven't seen that sticker before, and I'm not a youth.
Görmedim diyor.
Thus, it must be made by youths.
Ehliyet kanı. Buna bakarız. Sürgüyü incele.
Padlock passes through a staple that's been hastily attached to the wood. Closer inspection reveals that one of the screws is not a screw at all, but a nail. The work has been done recently and is unprofessional, to say the least.
Vidalardan birinin aslında bir çivi olduğunu fark ediyorsun. Kilidin yakın zamanda amatörce asıldığı belli.
Should you want to get through, it might be easier to just pry the whole thing off.
İçeri girmek istiyorsan kilidi zorla sökmek daha kolay olabilir. Ulan o da sürgüyor nerede? Böyle anlarda imdadımıza Levye Bey yetişir.
Maybe we should circle the building first and look for another way. The building has seen enough mistreatment.
Belki önce bu binanın etrafında dolaşıp başka bir giriş yolu aramalıyız. Bu bina yeterince kötü muamele görmüş. Kas gücü. Okey. Levye'yi alınca. Kapıları
Nothing
git.
happens, only
Hiçbir
the
şey.
sound of
I don't think that's going to work.
Şu el yatkınlığıyla bir çıkartmayı alalım bir. El yatkınlığı. Zaten el yatkınlığına artı 2'm var. Daha fazla alabiliyoruz mu ki? Soğukkanlılık, el yatkınlığı ama buna artı 2 alıyor, artı 1 var. Okey.
heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation.
Ver bakalım.
There's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb.
Soyulan çıkartma sesi gibisi yok. Şimdi baş parmağına yapıştır. Çıkartmayı defterin içine, yazdığın son girdinin altına yapıştır. Çıkartmayı defterin üstüne, kapağına yapıştır. Parmağını sallayarak çıkartmadan kurtul ve onu rüzgarın isaf. Yine yapıştır.
Looks like today was a gold star day.
Bilgilerine biraz tarz kat. Artı 10 puan seviye. Şimdi bir etrafı dolanalım. Ona göre gerekirse kuşanır geliriz. Okey, güzel. Bir level kenarda dursun. Bunlar ne alemde? Gözüme varmış durumda. Bu 9 dakikası kalmış. Güzel. Manipülasyon level'lamamız lazım. Neyde veriyordu o? Ansiklopedi sorgusunda değil mi? Aynen. Gezelim bakalım biraz etrafını. Burada bir yer var. Sonra geleceğiz oraya. Arkası yok ki. Aşağıdan gireriz belki. Diyeceğim de görmüyoruz ki. Ne yapıyor lan? Ne yapıyor onlar? Partiliyorlar. Ayahuasca çadırı. Aç şurayı da.
A pane of eternite has been planted into the snow. Two poles are barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute. It's
Bu
It
nedir?
looks like a makeshift bridge. Could be convenient.
Neyse bırakalım da buradakiler belki bir mevzu çıkartır. Önce bir tavırlarına bakayım. Ne yapıyorsun lan?
a shaggy-looking girl in
Jelly.
her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh, hello there.
Merhaba.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She must be freezing. Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold. You bet this one likes to.
Durucu kullanıyor gali acaba diyor. Evladım hava buz gibi, senin şapkan nerede?
Huh?
Aa diyor.
Is
Şapka
that
diyor.
you?
Sen de takmalısın. Var lan benim şapkam. Benim hiçbir şey yapmama gerek yok. Kanun benim. Sen de kanun ne diyorsun ne yapmak zorundasın. Takmalıyım ve takıyorum da. Şapkanı işaret et.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Fark etmemişim. Güzeldir, bu havada dışarısı takılacaksan sen de takmalısın. Bu konuyu hallettiğimize göre sana birkaç soru var. Sen de tak bence.
Yeah, well. Look, man, fuck the hat.
Öyle mi diyorsun? Aman sikerler şapkayı. Giyim seramik şövalye. Otoriteye +2 veriyor. Otoritemi ne düşürüyor ya? Ya bonusu -2. Hangisi ya? Dur lan. Küfürle konuşmak zorunda mısın?
I'm sorry I said fuck the hat. I was concentrating on something else.
Sıkıntı değil.
My whole family swears and it rubbed off on me.
Tüm ailesi küfredermiş. Bu cihaz nedir?
This is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still.
Kayıt cihazıymış. Kablolar.
Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone.
Mikrofona bağlanıyor. Yapışkan mikrofon ne?
Contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this ice.
Eserin içindeki ses kaydediyormuş.
Your mangled brain would like you to know there is a boxer called Contact Mike.
Yemeye başladık ansiklopedi. Hadi bakalım. Muhteşem bir pasif oldu bu ya. Her ansiklopedi pasifinde patlat bilgiyi. Tecrübeyi, parayı. Sakat beynin yapışkan mikrop John adında bir boksör olduğunu söylemeni istiyor. Bilgiyle ne yapayım şimdi?
No idea.
Hiçbir fikrin yok. Bunun yapışkan mikrop John'la bir ilgisi var mı?
Yeah, I record stuff with it.
Evet, ses kaydediyorum yani. Yani boş ver.
Sure.
Nasıl çalışıyor?
The mic? I don't exactly know.
Tam
Somehow
bilmiyorum.
it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only picks up structure-borne sound, if you like technobabble.
Nereden buldun?
Same place I got the recorder from, the Palaceum.
Elysium ne?
Oh man, you haven't been to the Palaceum? It's the coolest place in this whole drug-addled shithole.
Burası uyuşturucudan kafayı yemiş bu bok çukurunun en havalı yeri.
It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real musicians. I once saw Arno van Eyck.
Aa, bir müzik kulübü, synthesizer atölyesi. Ulan orada ne müzikle yapılıyordur ha. Eşcinsellerin toplandığı bir yere İlginç duruyor.
Oh yeah, guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck. Or really be a Palaceum going kind of person.
Ben de takılmaç kızım ya.
I don't know what that means.
Kıvırma team'dir yani.
I don't know what that means either.
Yaşıma bakma anlarız bu işlerden diyorum. Ben de bilmiyorum ama süper olduğuna dair sağlam delillerim var. Kırılmış bir kaset çalar ve alt üst edilmiş bir pansiyon odası formunda. Aslında ben de bilmiyorum neden bahsettim. Yaşıma bakma anlarız diyorum.
That's cool.
İyiymiş. Haklısın zaman geçti ya.
Sucks, man. Was there something else? About the contact mic, perhaps?
Aslında mikrofonla ilgisi olmayan sorularım vardı.
Okay.
Adın ne?
A cell.
Acel. Soyadın ne?
Why?
Neden? Polisim ben evrak işleri.
Okay, it's Burger.
Burger.
A very common name.
Oldukça yaygın bir soyad. Ya yalan yani. Soğukta ne yapıyorsun?
Recording, I guess.
Neyi
I
kaydediyorsun?
think I'm recording cracks in the ice. But there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound.
Kulaklığa ne oldu?
My boyfriend sold them.
Satmış erkek arkadaşım.
I don't know, man. Things.
Ne
Just
için?
stuff you need for life.
Hayat için gereken
A
şeyler.
lie. They were
Yalan.
probably pawned off for something suspicious.
Muhtemelen şüpheli bir iş için sattılar. Kayıtları ne
The
yapacaksın?
musicians in the Palaceum used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and
Loop
keys
yapıyorlarmış. İyi
jangling.
var.
Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be like a music place anyway. I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have...
Take this, your call.
Ceketini mi verecek?
No man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
It's okay.
Şimdi bir şapka çok işe yarardı. Ona şapkanı ver al. Buna benden daha çok senin ihtiyacın var. Bir müzik mekanı olacak demiştin. Neresi orası?
That? The boys think it could be a place.
Burası.
Like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not gonna be a Palaceum, that's for sure.
Çocuklar
Yeah. Andre and the guys, they're inside.
içeridelermiş.
And why is that?
Neden peki? Sen niye dışarıdasın?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room.
Yer mi kalmadı? Ne gibi eşyalar?
Music stuff mostly. Like this tape recorder, but bigger. And there's piles of it.
Erkek arkadaşının sattığı kulaklığa benzer şeyler mi? Yani bir kısmını dışarı koysanız da sen düşünmesen
That stuff is more expensive than I am. More
benden daha
expensive
pahalı.
than any of us, really. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold.
Şapka işine yarardı.
Yeah, maybe you were right about the hat.
Başka sorularım var. Vermem
ahead.
şapkamı. Kilisede açmayı planladığınız şu müzik mekanından biraz bahsetsene. Ses kayıt cihazı. Oynanıp kenara atılmış bir oyuncak gibi buzun üzerine duruyor. Onu al. Allah Allah.
It's supposed
Mekandan
to
bahset.
become like a club for
Club gibi
anodic
diyor.
dance music. Except that, yeah,
Hmm. Anodik dans müziği de nedir?
you know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments.
Bu ne lan? Gizli görevim miymiş benim? Allah Allah. Elektronik enstrümanlar ne gibi?
Synthesizers and tape consoles, microcomputers too.
Ne diyor?
Anything that uses electricity, but isn't guitars.
You see clear, beautiful, violent flashes of light. Light cutting through a smoke-filled darkness. That is what the future will look like. If it ever comes.
İşte gelecek buna benzeyecek gelirse tabii. Demek kilise club
I
olacak.
know. It's not my idea. Andre and the boys found the place. It was supposed to be deserted, but now they can't even take it. Hey, don't get me wrong, but you're cops, right?
Hmm. Bu fikre nereden
Come on,
kapıldım
man.
bilmiyorum.
Don't mess around.
Uğraşma benimle.
But not too long. This is important to her. She has the courage to ask.
Olacak cesareti var.
Maybe you could
Sorsun
talk
bakalım.
to Andre and the guys, because there are some strange things going on in that
Ne
church.
oluyormuş kilisede?
If you're police, you should look into it, right?
Allah Allah. Bunlarla konuşurum.
They're inside that thing there. Would be cool if you did. Was there something else?
Asma kilidi sen mi taktın?
No. Not really, no.
Çıkartmayı göster. Senin değil mi yani?
It's Noid's.
O yakın. Arkadaşın olan mı?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Niye taktın?
To keep more weirdos from getting in. Fucking Martinez. I'm sorry. It's got the worst weirdos. If you get around to it, ask Andre about them, he'll tell ya. Go
Eh.
ahead.
14 istemek ne ya? Bitti.
Okay, bye.
Ne yaştık?
Apricot chewing gum scented one. August 2nd, early late summer. You're getting off the streetcar in Le Jardin, east of the river. Her father and mother are middle class. The nylon of her little jacket rustles next to you in the dark like autumn leaves. Her heels click on the pavement. You're walking up to the gate in front of her parents' house. She takes out her chewing gum and you kiss her. A feeling like electricity flows through your
Nereden-
whole body.
Nereden
Immediately
geldi
you
bak
know that
mevzu?
you've entered a completely different world.
Eskiden karısını öptüğünde öpmeden önce ağzından çıkardığı cikletmiş. Oradan fikir tohumu uyanmış. Artı 2 algı. Buram buram ihanet. Hayda. İki algı. Güzel. Bonusu güzel. Artı 2 algı. Çözdük o zaman onu. Babere. Gözlük. Gözlük ansiklopedi. 2 mantık algı. Tamam. Bunları dengeledik o zaman. Çok iyi. Muhteşem bir stat dağılımı oluyor ya. Şimdi o neydi, manipülasyon istiyordu. Bakalım bir zorlayalım. Hiç de manipülasyonluk bir sik yok ha. Şuna baktık. Birazdan olmadığını öğrendik. Düşünce becerileri tabanı. Düşünce bonusu artı 2. Nere? Hipo artı eksi. Nasıl eksi 1 ya? Ha, item olarak eşya bonusunda tamam. Yok muymuş? Girelim bakalım şuraya. Atlıyor çocuklar. Ne oldu? Lan dur.
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The flap is open. Inside,
Dümdüz
three young
brandadan
men are
ibaretmiş.
listening to some new form of music. It's like
İçeride
nothing
yeni
you've
bir
ever
müzik
heard.
türünü dinleyen 3
One of
genç
them
erkek var.
looks at you.
Önce dinlediği hiçbir şeye
Come
benzemiyor.
on, get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
İçeri sığış.
Sorry, we barely have room for one.
Ancak bir kişiye yetecek kadar yerimiz var. İyi ben gireyim.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
I'm too old for this.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents.
Aslında değilim diye düşünüyorum. Sadece yaramaz çocukları sevmiyorum.
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
Eminim siz çok rahat edersiniz. Ben etrafı gözlemlerim. İçeride bir patlangaç var. Hadi bakalım. Ortama bak. Ne? Bir yığın burun spreyi. No Spread Ultra. Ne? Bidonları suyla doldurulmuş. Etikette arıtılmış yazıyor. Ve çamaşır deterjanı kokuları birbirine karışmış. Eter kokusu. Lord canlı müzik performanslarında kullandıkları türden. Ücretle veya bununla görebileceğim bir şey var mı? Yok. Hadi başlayalım.
Go speak to Andre. I'm just annoyed.
Git Andre ile konuş. Ben sadece Noyak. Ya önce seninle konuşmak istiyorsam.
I suck at socializing, man. If you go
Sosyalleşmekten
speak to
anlamam.
Andre, I'll have time to tune in. Get a reading on your sign.
Tamamdır.
The young man picks up a thin metal saw blade and
Noyak'la sinüslerine eşle. Genç adam metalden yapılmış ince bir testere bıçağını alıp başını sallıyor. Bunların konuşması için uyuşturucu kullanmamız gerekecek değil mi?
a young man with peroxide blonde hair
Erik kafa.
holds up a Harman Welshi tape player, nodding along to the music, as though you're supposed to be sharing some tremendous evangelical secrets.
Çok büyük ateşli bir sırrını paylaşman gerekiyormuş gibi.
Hardcore!
Öyle mi?
Hardcore!
Çok sert. Öyle deyip duracaksın değil mi?
Skibberdy, skibberdanger. I am the rearranger.
Freestyle atıyor. Benim hiç baldızım olmadı ki.
Could there have been a right way out of this garden?
Erik kafa bulmacasını çöz. Bulmaca mıymış bu? Bu dallanıp budaklanan yollardan çıkmanın doğru bir yolu var mı sence? Allah Allah.
You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Elini
Hello,
uzatıyor.
I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Saygılı da bir çocuk. Ben Andre, tanıştığıma memnun oldum. Elini sık.
His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire
uyandırmaya çalışıyor.
confidence.
This is my posse. Noid.
Benim tayfa.
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
Bir genç adam sana şüpheyle bakıyor.
An egghead.
Erik kafa.
Egg!
Erik. Anadik.
Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers.
Müzik organizatörüyüz diyor. Şimdiye kadar kaç tane müzikli mekanda organizatörlük yaptınız?
We have many in the pipeline, officer.
Planladığımız çok şey var memur bey. Burada ne
You
yapıyorsunuz?
see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Also for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Yer bulamamışlar.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues.
Yakine dikkatli ol. Bir şey mi istiyoruz? Arkadaşın Esel kiliseyle ilgili bir sorun olduğunu söylemişti. Özüre gerek
Which
yok.
brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast.
Narkomanya. O ne?
I'm talking about the church. And
Ha,
I'm not
kilise.
exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Dopeheads!
Size kiliseyi açalım, orada takılın.
Burnouts.
Bu ne burada böyle?
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that, in Reversholt.
Tamam, açarız.
Strike that! Zava!
And sadder
What's
yet,
that?
because the dopeheads and burnouts hold up in there are the worst kind.
İçeride çok müpteza varmış. Kilit var ama.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burners really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
Uzmanlık alan. Hiçbir tür narkomanya tahammül edemem. Benim olduğum yerde narkomanyaklara geçit yok. Nasıl tipler?
The spooky kind.
Tekinsiz. Tekinsiz derken?
I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre and a place of spiritual refuge.
Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse.
People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs. No one can.
Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter.
Bakarız
Getting
da.
them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for.
Yoluna.
All right, man.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchanged giddy looks.
Gençler heyecanla birbirine bakıyor. Mutlu olmuşlar. Kapıdaki asma kilidinin o yakın işi olduğunu söyledi. Neden orada?
Oh, so you met her? Good,
Evet,
good. I
tanıştık.
did ask Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. It's a temporary fix, just something to contain the situation.
İyi, tamam, gelin açın o zaman.
I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while.
Anahtar lazım. Bu insanlar ne zamandır içeride kilitliler?
Not long, like a week maybe?
Bir haftadır mı? Ben ölmediklerini nereden biliyorsunuz?
I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on. I'm at least 90%, maybe 85% sure
Oğlum,
they're still
öldürdünüz mü
alive.
lan onları?
Somewhere in the ruinous past
Hayda.
that led you here, there was something called exams. You may have learned the term involuntary manslaughter. Then
Taksirli adam öldürme. Taksirli adam öldürme nedir bilir misiniz
Yes, I
Andre?
do. I listen to Channel 8 all the time. I know about crime stuff, and I assure you, officer, this is not what's happening here. I'm at least 80% sure they're alive. I mean, come on. Most people aren't ever that alive in their entire lives.
Ya boş
You're
konuşuyorsun.
right. It is nonsense. Total garbage. I knew you'd see through it. You're one smart cop.
It feels good to be the smart cop, doesn't it? That's a good cop to be. Has a nice ring to it. Smart cop. You wouldn't want to be stupid cop, now would you?
Yalakalık yapıyor olmasın.
Maybe he's just sucking up to you.
Oh, okay. I won't do that anymore.
Anahtarı verin
Of
bakalım.
course. Noid.
All right.
Çıkarıyor ardından ani ve havalı bir hareketle anahtarı sana doğru atıyor. Havalı polis olma fırsatı, sana doğru süzülen anahtarı yakala. Faillarsam avantaj alırım. Niye denemeyeyim ki?
You sense the trajectory of the little piece of metal and plastic.
Fail istedim mi?
The
Gelmedi
object
bak.
makes a small ringing sound as it approaches. Just the
Küçük bir
tiniest
takı
chance.
kısa çıkmıyor. İşte yakala.
Ka-ching! The key hits your palm. The speed freaks nod to you approvingly.
Bak seni onaylıyor. Sakin.
The speed freak nods to you. A respectful nod. You proved something here.
Burada bir şey kanıtladın. Diğer sorular.
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do it.
İçeridekiler kim?
Truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses.
Bunları görmemişsiniz bile. İşe de polisi mi dahil etmek istiyor? Eşiği sağlam kazağa bağlayalım. Bana anlatabileceğin başka bir şey var mı?
Yes, there's also the machinery.
Makineler mi?
This machinery is of the deeply mystical variety.
Ne
When I
makinesi lan?
first scouted the place back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together. So about 2 weeks ago, we came here hoping to set the stuff
Ne
up.
makinesi lan?
One of them has wires running into bowls of water. Wires into water. Never
Buraya
seen
giren
anything like
kablolar.
Andre, tell him about the feeling.
Ettiğimiz şeyden bahset Andre.
Oh, and it felt like there was something in there with us, watching us from the dark.
Karanlığın izlediğini hissetmişler.
Now, the other one.
Diğerini.
Which other one? I'm not as in tune with my emotions as you are, Ed.
Felt like silence. Awful silence.
Fiziksel kimse
Not
görmediniz mi?
exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church a couple of times, and we felt someone or something eyeing us inside. But that's kind of
Allah
it.
Allah. Ne ya? İzleyen şey
Like
mevzusu ne?
you aren't alone, you know?
Yalnız değildik.
it wasn't quite you.
It was this dark shape climbing upside down along the ceiling, like some kind of crab man.
Yengeç adam mı?
Yeah, you know, the way it was climbing up
Tavana
and around the
tırmanma.
ceiling, like a
Ne
crab.
diyorsun oğlum? Bank of England 75 faiz arttırıp %3'e ulaşmış. Mecburiyet.
It was stalking a cell, exhibiting ambush behavior.
Allah Allah.
Odd. Crabs are usually marine creatures and not known for climbing walls.
Niye yengeç lan?
Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't personally see it. A cell was alone that time. But I bet
You should ask her about it, but be nice. Don't tell her you don't believe in the crab.
Allah Allah.
There probably is no crab man. Don't let them draw you in with this nonsense.
Makineler
you
neymiş?
should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too.
Bunları görmediysen yıkık ve müptezel olduklarından nasıl bu kadar eminsin?
Well, honestly, I can't.
Why not? Let's go with that.
Ay, nasıl bunu fail atabiliyorsun ya?
I'm 70% sure they're substance users. Don't let the technology fool you.
Saçma sapan pasif çeklerde takılıyorum ya. Erik kafanın olayı ne?
He's a quiet man, mostly communicates through music and by being a master of ceremonies.
Dimcilik ne lan?
You know, a host, a declaimer of slogans. He's a performer, gets the people.
Interesting, sire. A bit like you then. An MC for for sure.
MC'ymiş. Sen onunla nasıl iletişim kuruyorsun?
Well, he's just kind of here. I don't really know how to communicate with him.
Ben de bilmiyorum diyor.
Yeah, sometimes. When I like stumble and find my way into his center,
The man smiles mysteriously, choosing to let the beat. I get it. He's a puzzle.
Adam bulmaca. Vaizler nerede?
oh yeah, that's a meteor and name for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it. You know, of Meteo, concerning Meteo.
Neler mi
Meteo,
atıyor?
a country on Muindi, on the Muindi Isla.
One of the poorest of the first world nations today.
Tertemiz
but once
tecrübe
a great
farmlıyorum ya
ancient
ansiklopediden.
civilization. Capital Tilakos by
Kurucu
percentage.
parti ne peki?
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know. I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful
Başka?
and they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericanassian church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, like, made the innocentic system, no?
Uçlarına gitmeyebilir ama.
You're totally wrong about that.
The Pericanassian church is about love, and Nordic music is about love. I got love for my Pericanassian posse. Love is the relay out of love is hard.
Unity.
Unity!
Make some noise for my Insulindian posse.
You feel it. The anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along to the base, as if testing the waters.
Konuşma, ritmin tadına çıkar. Artık aksini iddia etmiş olmanın ezikçi olduğunu anladım. Anodik müzik ve kilisesi de gerçekten sevgi üzerine kurulmuş.
Feels good.
Yapıyor baksana.
Oh yeah, it can.
He's coming around. You're getting it.
Sayfa ne ki?
Your posse's like your people, man. Like you got your cup posse. You
And where is your posse, detective? Nothing comes to you. The world is silent.
İyi sevdik.
yeah.
Do it for the masses. Do it for the crew.
I didn't want to say it, but it was pretty lame of you to imply otherwise. Anyway, you got more questions?
The one with the large head is still looking at you. No, you feel like you could go for a little disco when, or if they get this club going. You've got it in you.
Güzel. Böyle bir açınca disco keyfi yapabilirsin diye. İçi ekipmanlarla dolmuş çadırı soracağım. Bir de.
Yes. What?
Bu kadar nospetle ne yapacaksın?
The what now?
Şuradaki burun spreylerini işaret et.
Oh, the old Ultra.
Ultralarıymış.
Um,
Ne diyorsun lan?
He's like an actor, looking to the souffleur for his line.
I have a major sinus infection. Stuffy nose. We all do. Shit's all blasted up. Winter. Can't even breathe.
Sesin iyi geliyor.
Yes, that's all Nosefed's doing. Without the noser, I'd be drowning in shit right now.
Nosefed is the shit.
Biraz alabilir miyim? Benim de burnumda sıkıntı var.
Sure.
Ver
Here you
bakın.
go, officer. The noser. Blast away.
Suyular ne yapıyorsunuz lan?
Yeah. Good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even has running water.
Aratılmış mı?
Oh,
Öyle mi?
it's the one they sell at the fuel station.
Ha. Ha. Su mu lan onlar?
It's like he's lying to you, my liege. But he's slippery enough that there's nothing for you to grab hold of.
Allah Allah. Niye ter kokuyor bu
It
kadar?
does, doesn't it?
Kokuyor değil mi?
Told you we have a smell problem.
Ter kokusunu da alıyorum, neden?
Ether? I don't smell ether. Do you, Noid?
No,
Deterjan da
He
kokuyor.
sniffs the air. Then, it doesn't take a forensic scientist to guess it's drug related. They look and act like the kind of guys who've done their fair share. However, their breathing is regular, their jaws stay put, and their pupils aren't dilated.
Şu an kafaları normal.
At least not under the influence of stimulants. That doesn't rule out hallucinogens, benzos, some depressants. He
Okay.
nods enthusiastically,
Bu ne
no
ya?
doubt a little relieved.
Belki de sana söylenen her şey doğru değildir. Biraz bekleyip analiz et. Mantık istiyor. Bunu bir denerim. Bir dakika. Bundan önce seninle konuşacağım.
so you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things
Evet,
with Noy.
senle
That's
konuşmak
fine,
istiyorum.
But I've got to warn you, our signs are still off. It'll take some time for me to get my sigh on.
Çıkartma hakkında ne
A
diyor?
sticker? You mean the yellow one? Can you describe it to me?
Tanıdık geldi mi?
Seems like my creation has found its way to the legal bureaucracy. What did you want to ask about it?
Ne bu?
The dead guy smiling.
Ölü adam. Neden
He
gülümsüyor?
defeated history. We are
Tarihi yendi.
living in the age of history, and in the eyes of history, we are always the present moment, and life are the hardcore. Or maybe he's not dead. Maybe he's just really ecstatic about the beats.
Satalım bunlarla.
Should be sold, but not by us.
Evet, satılmalı diyerek başını sallıyor ama bizim tarafımızdan değil.
I guess one could write an entire treatise on the thing. But what for?
Sana niye noyak
The
diyorlar?
hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be discussed with the law at this moment.
It's not easy to reach a harmonic resonance of signs without some adjustment.
Makinelerden
Weird
bahset.
stuff. Specialized. There was a data processor and some sort of log wires going
Uzun
in the
dalga
water.
düzenli.
Gives off a spy sign. Or some fucked up Samaran
Ne
science
suya
sign.
giren
The
kablosu ya?
People's Republic of Samara is a product of
Acayip farmlanıyor.
on the Grand Isola. It's known as a severely degenerated rogue state.
Nothing's wrong with it. You should definitely be researched. You can
The sickest. That's perhaps why it should be researched.
most of it doesn't exist.
Doğaüstü var mı
But
gerçekten
there's also
orada?
stuff that isn't allowed to exist. Psionic powers, pale-related diseases, pretenders pretending to be human, folk rights, that kind of stuff.
Sinüslerimiz iyi mi şimdi?
Nah. Still strongly out of sync. Stage gamma disalignment.
Ne diyorsun lan?
You heard me.
Ama iyi olur zannetmiştim.
I'm doing what I can.
It's
Allah
not
Allah.
easy for him. It probably took him years to get used to Andre.
İyi. Sen ne diyorsun?
The young man with the tape recorder acknowledges your return.
This is hardcore. Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega.
Megasına kadar sert kafa.
Internally coherent.
Cidden tutarlı.
Encore! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime invisible movement of the
Hardcore!
Hayır ama cidden sert değil diye biraz endişeleniyorum. Ne diyelim bunu? Deli deli yaptı kendini. Bence de çok
The
sert değil gibi.
question is, what is the question?
Soruma cevap ver. Esas soru şu, soru nedir? Soruma cevap ver. Sana bir soru sormuş olsaydım bu laf çok güzel oturabilirdi ama soru sormadım. O yüzden ahmakça konuşmuş oldum.
But there was a question?
Ama bir soru sordun. Allah Allah.
Back to the heavyweight hardcore! Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega! Internally coherent. All core! All right!
He furrows his
Hardcore! Ah!
The question is, what is the question? But there was no question.
We're close.
Deli ya.
True, hard, full, it's hardcore! Skibber D, skibber danger.
Allah
We're
Allah.
close. True, hard, full, hardcore! Hardcore to the internally coherent. All core, all
he furrows his brow as
hardcore!
Al benden de o kadar. Öyle.
What is it? I mean really.
Esas soru şu. Soru nedir?
No, but seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
Bak.
don't be alarmed. Everything is okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is, it could be even more so.
Hala süper. Şimdi söyledin. Sence müzikte ne sorun var? Bir zihin okuyucusu musun? Mert Okan'da neden akciğerler var? Erik kafa aslında endişeli değil. Evet, ne sorun var?
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm still in love with the hardcore. Sometimes I just feel like anodic music is in its infancy, you know? For example, take this Arno van Eyck jam I've been pumping for the last month. Isn't something holding it back from being hyper? It's like it's only ultra.
I think it's super hardcore, but you're right. It's not hyper hardcore.
Bence süper sert ama haklısın. Hiper sert değil. Hiper sert bu, süper sert bu. Sadece ultra sert.
It is, isn't it? I knew it. But how could it become harder core? I know
Harder-
the
harder
answer in my
core.
heart, but cannot sink it in my head. If this is not hyper, how could anything be?
Ama esas soru şu değil miydi? Soru nedir? Düşünelim bakalım.
What? Guys, there's something happening in his head.
Daha sıkı düşün.
Oh yeah, he's doing it.
But you're not. This is almost certainly a matter that surpasses the limits of reason.
Ay,
I know, so does mine.
soru nedir?
No, this is the answer.
Tamam, ekstra bir şey lazım onu ne bilmem için.
Yeah.
Arno Van Eyck'in müziğinin neyin eksik olduğunu vücudunu anlayabilir mi? Onu daha da sert yapmak için. Okey. Zihin okuyucu musun sen?
No nation, but trans nation.
Komünistsin
He's
yani.
not a communist. It's just something he likes to yell. He picked it up from a tape jockey at the Elysium.
Yeah! With the rebel yell!
Zihin okuyucusun.
Don't be a lunatic. Of course he isn't. Jermaine here just yells random things. Odds are,
Yeah! Revolution imperative!
unless you were thinking Revolution imperative right now. Anyway, I've had a similar thing happen with
Aa,
Ed's
20,
yelling.
21 olmuş
I know what
saati.
you mean.
Diğer herife gitmemiz lazım. Yalan söyle.
That's fucked up, man. Lying like that. And a cop too.
Komünist olmaman daha iyi zaten. Senden koyu liberal olur. En iyisi komünist olmamak. Ekstrem görüşlere sahip olursan bütün tarafları anlamakta zorlanırsın.
Oh, sure! I can do that! If you want that, I can avoid taking a stand!
Please don't turn him into a
Oğlum
moralist.
merkezci yapma.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Merkezci ol Rick. Senin dengenin senin yardımına ihtiyacı var. Biliyorum ben. Dikkatli ve mantıklı bir şekilde düşünerek seçim yapmalısın.
Aye! It's time to compromise!
İyi tamam.
I'm swiftly moving toward a solution which please.
You feel Jermaine Egghead's smile is too enthusiastic. But it'll have to do for now.
Ermeni misin sen?
Hardcore!
Basically, yes, it is.
Lungs are for love! When Dolores Day was anointed innocence, her lungs started glowing through her body. For the world loved her, and she loved it back. Yeah!
Gerçekten
I
mi?
think so.
İyi.
Rhymes that keep their secrets will unfold behind the clouds. Alright!
Bunda bir kas gücü mevzusu var. Bunda
Hi again. So,
mantık mevzusu
how's things
var.
going?
Bunlara
As
bakacağım.
always,
Ama önce şu 21'de gideceğimiz herife gidelim. Üstlerine işlem, aksi üstleşen seni koymak, bir şekilde onun arkadaşlarına yardım etmem olduğunu katlamak kimliğini aksa. Tekin tipleri araştır. Şimdi süren eleman. Gideceğiz. 2 puanımız var. Güzel. Otorite versek mi ki ya? 2 düşük kaldı baya. Ne vereceğim ya? Zaten şey basıyoruz baya. Experience basıyoruz. Ansiklopediden. Gidelim. Fast travel. Bunu indir ya.
A pane of Etonite, barely holding it. The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
Bu ne? Bu nedir? Delikler doğru. Hazine saklıyor olabilir mi? İçine bak. Çetin pinsem. Bunun kaç tane var lan? Oha, hepsine bir şey koymuşlar. Ha, çok iyi. Bu ne oğlum? Çok iyi. Mis. Çocuklara zulayı patlattık. Şişe mi var? Ne oldu? Orada ne olmuş? Estiralı buradan mı atabiliyoruz şimdi? Aynen. Şimdi. Ne oldu?
The surrounding blaze of the electric lights makes the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage seem beautifully
düşünüyorum ki
Do
onu?
something important? Something murder related? There's always something important. This
Allah'ım benim.
is a Caprice Canema. The Caprice Motor Corps follow
Tamam,
with its
biliyorum ne olduğunu.
air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine, driving the rear wheels through a 4-speed manual gearbox. The high center of balance is offset by due to a quite steep price tag, it is very unusual to see one in police livery.
You want to take a closer look? 130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
7.2. Supercharged. Yes.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. Flare it up. Slam it down.
Niye?
Anything else? You mean the coil noise? When variable current passes through, when the frequency of the...
What a Beano clip. Whatever you do,
Ne yapıyorsun?
don't make fun of the lieutenant for explaining this to you.
Nereden biliyorum bunları?
I have pretty much maintained my vehicles by myself ever since one was assigned.
İyiymiş. Hadi devam et. Aa, yukarıda. Bir de açamadık ha. Daha büyük bir levye de bulamadım. Ne yapayım?
Gendarmerie, you found me.
Ha, buldum, geldim 9'da. Başın altındaki anahtarı bulduk.
Beautiful. So tell me, are you here to make things right again?
İşleri düzeltmeye mi geldin? Amacım bu, evet. Açıkçası ben sadece işleri berbat etmeye çalışıyorum. İşleri sadece düzeltmekle kalmayacağım. Hepsini mükemmel hale getireceğim. Sorusunu duymazdan gel. Potansiyel bir tanıkla konuşmayı umuyordum. Duymazdan
And I
geldim.
have some good news for you.
Tanık değil misin? Güzel haberleri varmış.
My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
Bakalım içeride kimle buluşacak? Tamam, onunla konuşacağım ama ilk önce seninle konuşmak istiyorum.
That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
Allah Allah.
He
Kimmiş o ya?
takes another drag of his unfiltered. Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard.
Besides, I've got to run.
Nasıl ya?
He's going to leave you alone again.
Allah Allah.
That's sad. Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
Yeni bulmuştum.
Just look at it. It's a beautiful night. Who's going to stay in on a night like this?
Bunu önemli, tekrar konuşacağız.
Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as you.
We'll talk. Just not tonight. Take care, alright?
Allah Allah. Pazar günü dostuyla görüş. Deli midir nedir? Farklı biri ama ne açtı anlayamıyorum.
Different, of course.
Farklı tabi. Gömleğin o neden hep açık. Hareketlerinde ve konuşmasında bir gizem var.
Something so mysterious about the way he talks.
Çok güzel.
Very.
Çok.
He's barely holding it together. It's all he can do to keep from bursting out in laughter.
Come on, detective, let's go. We've got a potential witness to interview. His Sunday friend.
Hadi bakalım. Bu kim lan? Aa, bu ne? Oyunculuk, elektrokimya, parti ejderhası, ipek kimonosu. Aynı evin eski fotoğrafı 01 yılında. Havalı erkek parfüm. Ve de bir yayınlanan bir dergi. Büyük. Bu ne? Yine Üniversitesi'nin ders tarihleri. Yeraltı partilerin broşürleri. Yandan yapılmış yatak. Onda ne var? Mağara konik şapkası. Mantık. Manipülasyon. Ver bakalım. Kimsin sen nesin?
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
His
Evet biziz.
hands are clean and well manicured. This is a man who knows the importance of appearances.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government.
Allah Allah.
I work for the Institute of Price Stability on assignment from Sur-la-Clé.
Peki.
I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible.
Niye bu kadar isteklisin
No,
lan?
first ask an innocuous personal question to get the interview off on the right foot.
Masum kişisel soru sor. Başlamadan önce bana bu muhteşem hayvanlı yataktan bahsetmen gerek. İpek kimonoyu göster. O konuya girmeden önce bana bu harika ipek kimonoyu nereden aldığını söyler misin? Bu konuya geleceğiz. Önce bana bu siyah samara şapkasını hikayesini anlat. Şapkayı anlat.
I got it from the head of the Samaran delegation on my trip to Lomantang. It's made from a special charcoal-colored bamboo. It's an
Tamam, artık
emblem of
benim.
the former normal. That's really all I can tell you about it.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
Senin gibi görevlinin Martinez'de ne işi var?
The coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled.
Lan burada da enflasyon geldi konuya.
The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight.
Ama bu apartmanda ne yapıyorsun? Bürokrat mısın? Burası camiada fiyat stabilitesinde yeterince iş yapıyorum da Ne yapıyor?
Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here.
38 katı
You could
yıkılmış.
say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived.
Bürokratsın
Here,
yani.
as I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé working for the Institute of Price Stability.
Wait, there isn't actually an Institute of Price Stability, is there? Or maybe there is. God, it's impossible to understand whether someone from the moral intern is
Fiyat
joking.
stabilitesi ne?
It's the most important thing.
Anlamadım pek.
It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stability is essential
price
to maintain
stability.
high levels of economic activity, which is essential for maintaining
okay.
the social.
Basically, it makes sure the price of bread doesn't change.
Ekmeğin fiyatının sabit kalmasını sağlayan şey.
Précisément. Too much
Enflasyon
inflation,
artarsa ekmek
bread
aşırı
becomes too
pahalı
expensive.
olur.
Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce. That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation just below 2%.
İkinin hemen altında tutmaya çalışır. Neyin
But
iki
not
altı?
too far below. No. Too below is also bad. Below, but close to 2%.
İkinin altı ama ikiye yakın.
The coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability.
Ama olur yolla.
A sound monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. Stability is the raison d'être. But I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too
Aman.
bad. You can always call our information line. Making information available is part of the moral intern's
Camia ne?
commitment. La communauté internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the coalition. In other words, the nations that stopped the disaster of the revolution.
Koalisyon benim için ne?
Your employer, technically speaking,
İşverenimmiş
the
ha.
governing authority of Revachol. The RCM is but one part of this provisional administration.
Anlat biraz da
It's the
anlat.
International
Ansiklopedimi
Organization
patlat.
for Moralists, hence Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies, as is the coalition.
Yani aslında merkezcilere mi çalışıyoruz? O kadar da kötü değillermiş. Bunların mı
Doing
orospusuydunuz kim?
one's job doesn't automatically make one anyone's bitch. Besides, there are more nefarious powers to work for than the moral intern.
Sen merkezci misin
But
ya?
of course.
Ben merkezci miyim?
Well, do you value freedom? Do you believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values?
Manyak bir ortama çevirdim bir şeyi. Mevzuyu. Hemen peki sen merkezci misin?
Me?
Hadi bakalım.
You've managed to catch the lieutenant off guard, but only for a moment. He
Hemen
quickly
çeki düzen verdi kendine.
I'm a lieutenant of the RCM, dedicated to maintaining law and order in Ravachol.
A very moralist answer.
The lieutenant is practiced in the art of putting on a show for one's superiors.
Burası istiklalli gelmiyor mu?
Martinez? No. Martinez is something else.
Alanı?
Revachol is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which means it hasn't yet achieved full democracy. But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking.
Galiba ben merkezci değilim. Merkezcilik kulağa sıkıcı geliyor. Bana daha çok heyecan gerek. Merkezcilik yabancı işgalcilerin ideolojisidir. Revaçoğullar yönetmelidir. İşçi sınıfı kapitalin topuğunun altında ezildiği sürece demokrasi anlamsız bir taklitten ibarettir. İnsanlarla konuşurken hep yukarıdakilerden hiçbiri seçeneği seçiyormuşum gibi hissediyorum. Merkezcilik bu mu?
Is this option D usually the most reasonable answer?
Bu D seçeneği genellikle makul cevap mı oluyor? Evet, geri kalan her şey çok aşırı. Sanki hayatım delilerle beraber geçiyor. Genellikle en sıkıcısı oluyor.
Not boring, my friend. Responsible.
Sorumlu.
Moralism is all about compromise and achieving the achievable. It's pragmatic, realistic, and level-headed. An ideology for doers. Are you a doer, my friend? It looks to me like you are. Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Zorla Klef
What's
neymiş?
there to say? Sur-la-Clé is a modern, urbanized country that measures very high on the human development, and moreover, it is a great sponsor of less emerged countries. Revachol is only one of its many darlings whose progress it supports and cherishes.
Niye? Burayı ne yapıyor?
Because a great percentage of Revachol's culture hails from Sur-la-Clé. Its language, its people.
Jamrock and other parts of the international zone have been mercifully spared of Sir Clay's love for meatballs.
Okay.
Whatever you wish, officer.
Arkadaşından bahset bir.
My friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into
Kedra'ymış.
his own hands, and that's all that matters.
Nereye gitti?
Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. But between you and me, their potential that it's never going to happen. They enter negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since.
Kim miymiş bu?
It's warm. It's also known for its mandarin trees and dust storms from Kedra's an emerging market, but it still has a long way to go.
Nasıl arkadaş
How did any
oldunuz?
of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Isola? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? Civil wars lasting for years?
Ne diyorsun lan, böyle
Fight
arkadaş mı
over
olur?
that. It's how millions of people end up where they are. Meeting the people they meet. It's how I came here.
Kim
My
olduğunu
friend.
söylemedin hala.
Sorry. Who?
Arkadaşın diyorum.
But I told you,
Balkondaki.
he's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts. It is a cornerstone of our civilization.
Adı ne adı?
Officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal information. I'm sure you have your own methods and databases, right?
Tamam,
Please don't put me in this situation.
sanat öğrenmeye
He's
gelmiş ya.
deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes.
Hangi sanat?
He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design?
Bunun dairesinde sen ne
Who
yapıyorsun?
knows? I'm just enjoying the view.
Manzara. Karanlık lan.
Listen,
Dinle.
The baby is crying in the neighboring apartment.
Bebeği ağlıyor.
no, listen. The Insulindian Bay.
Ne olmuş?
This place used to be a luxury accommodation before the revolution. Apartments, of course, were much, but the million real view stays. You can't take it.
Allah Allah.
My friend comes and goes. I'm sure you've seen him around. He's a busy. I'm all
Okay.
ears, officer.
Gördün mü
I'm
sen
sorry to
şimdi?
say I did, officer.
Görmüş. Bu tam da beklediğimiz dönüm noktası. Ben için mi? Şuradan başlayalım. Sakıncası yoksa.
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play.
Gerçeküstü bir tiyatro seyrediyormuşum gibiydi.
He holds out his hands and blossoms his fingers, like a drama teacher setting the scene.
What do you mean, like in a play?
Tiyatro gibi derken neyi
It was
kastediyorsunuz?
just so strange. I could
tuhaftı.
barely comprehend what was happening.
Ne olduğunu anlamakta
I was on
zorlandım.
the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then
Bir de
I
benzer
saw
bir şey
all the
taşıdıklarını
surrounding
gördüm.
windows go dead, one by one.
Sonra etraftaki pencereler birer birer kapandı.
That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this.
Ama anladım ki bunu görmemem gerekiyor.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated. Interesting.
Bilinci kapalıymış veya en azından hareketsiz bırakılmış. Ölüydü lan. Bunlar kimdi, betimleyebilir misin?
I couldn't see their faces well, and there were quite a few of them. But they
Çok
were very
gürültü
loud and
yapıyorlardı.
very martinet. Let's just say that the laboring classes can get rather expressive with their profanities.
Kaç
I
kişilerdi?
couldn't tell you exactly. Less
kişi
than 10.
yoklardı. Belki 8.
Maybe
Tamam. Biz de 8 diyorduk zaten.
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
Aralarında 200 kiloluk var mıydı?
Giant you're describing. No, they were all quite human, as far as I could tell.
Davulcu var mıydı?
Why? No. But then,
I think we can drop the drummer angle. That was my bad.
Sonra ne
I
oldu?
went back inside.
İçeri
Were
girdi.
you able to see anything from inside?
İçeriden bir şey görmedin mi?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices.
Amcazı öldürmekle tehdit ediyorlardı. Nasıl ya? Ölüydü zaten. Aralarında kadın var mıydı?
All men, I presume. But again, I couldn't see very clearly.
Sanırım hepsi erkekti ama söyleyeyim pek iyi göremiyordum.
But we are fairly certain the lady driver was present.
En azından birinin kadın olmadığına emin misin?
It's possible, officer. But I cannot
Olabilir.
say with certainty. It was very
Hava
dark,
karanlıktı.
as I remember.
Kökenleri
I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Aeropagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent. Well,
Okay.
that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was
Hiçbir şey
oddly
olmadı.
quiet for a public lynching.
Fazla sessizdiler. Linç eder. Linç grubu için. Ne demek bir şey olmadı? Herifi linç ettiler.
Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything.
Silah sesi, kutlama, bağırış falan olmadı. Benim için de önemli olan bu. Bizi niye aramadın?
You're right, of course. That is what one is supposed to do in such
Şoka
circumstances.
girmiştim.
I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add.
Başka bir şey yok.
About what time was all this happening, approximately?
Saat kaç
All I
gibiydi?
can say is that it was late.
Saatine
My
bakmadın mı?
watch. Yes, now I remember. It was 30 minutes past midnight. Give or take.
Gece yarısına 30 dakika geçmişti. Görmedin yani tam asılışını.
No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day.
Güne kadar görmedim. Zamanımız yine boşa gitti.
I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance. A moment, officer.
Ne oldu?
Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave.
Neden tekrar
It's
konuşamayacağız?
against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen.
Bu da gidecekmiş biz gittikten sonra.
That's not the real reason he's so apprehensive. Men in his position shouldn't be seen loitering around in underprivileged young men's apartments in the middle of the night.
Sadece bu daireyi biraz gezmek istedim. Haber verdiğin için teşekkür ederim ama burada işim bitti. Gezdim yani
Sure,
sadece.
go ahead. It's a beautiful space.
Yok başka.
Was there anything else? Of course.
Çıkmadı ama. Oyunu açamıyorum yani. Mantık, bir manipülasyon iksiri, oyunculuk, elektrokimya. Nasıl duruyor? Tipe bak. Bunu çıkartınca nasıl duruyor? Açılmıyor buraya. Okey. Gidebiliriz. Herifle nerede konuşacağım bir daha? Allah Allah. Bir daha bulamayacağız adam. Neyse. Belki geliriz istersek. 2 level'ımız var. Güzel. Şimdi beni bir fast travel atsana. İlla o mekana gitmemiz lazım. Şuradan çık. Bir de bir boyayalım da kendisine gelsin.
Paintbrush? Check. Heavy fuel oil? Check. Now the only thing, the paintbrush in your hand is like a
Türkçe
loaded
elinde adeta
revolver.
dolu altı
What would
patlar
it
gibi
be,
duruyor. Ne
Desperado?
yapacaksın?
Quite
Kanun
a few
kaçağı.
things come to mind.
Akla birkaç şey geliyor. Polisi sikeyim. Seni seviyorum Juno. Tüm duvarların anası. Işık içinde nice karanlıklar barındırıyor. Bir insan 3500 yıllık piktogramını çiz. Ya şeyler olacak. Fark etmek yasak. Duvar boş kaz. Her şey çok güzel olacak.
You've spoken. The wall will now silently repeat the message for a decade or so until the sea air degrades the paint.
Something
Adding
beautiful
another
is
layer
going
of
to happen.
detritus to
İmamoğlu
the city.
şeyi. Son karar verdim. Duvar bundan sonra sessizce bu mesajı tekrarlayacak. Onlarca yıl boyunca. Sonra deniz havası boyayıp bire bozacak ve şehre bir döküntü katmanı daha katacak.
Very poetic.
Çok şairane.
Poetry. Should we
Şiir
return
budur
to
işte.
our murder investigation? I hear there's a
Tamam lan. Ağlama. Ben de aday olma yazdım. Herifin ceketini verelim. Kokup duruyor zaten. Geldim.
Tequila
Al ceketin.
tequila. I knew you'd come through. That's fucking great, man.
Aradığımdan daha fazlasını buldum.
What's that supposed to mean?
O ne demek? Yakınlarda bir ceset vardı.
What's that got to do with my jacket?
Ama benim ceketimle ne alakası var? Muhtemelen yok, unut
Let
gitsin.
me see. What? This isn't my jacket. My jacket was beautiful. This is fucking filthy. What am I supposed to do with this?
Ne yapayım, bu benim ceketim değil, bu bir leş gibi diyor. Bir ceset buldum, ceket meket umurumda değil. Ne bekliyordun ki, bir hafta dışarıda bırakmışsın.
I'm not taking a disgusting pile of hobo rags. I may be in an irrecoverably decaying orbit, but I
Giymem ben bunu
either
diyor.
bring it back the way it was before, or find a dumpster to burn it in.
Aa, geri verdi manyak.
You know, despite the guano, it looks like the jacket itself is stain resistant.
Uç dış tabakasına rağmen leke tutmaz malzemeden yapılmış gibi duruyor. Sanki biraz çitilense geçecek gibi. Bir de adamı temizleyeceğiz mi bunu? Hikaye anlatırsan sana içki vereceğim.
Wonderful.
Bende bu mavi tıbbi ispirto var, olur mu?
No. Contrary to popular belief, I enjoy being alive.
Yok o olmaz. Ben yaşamayı seviyorum. Al çetil pinsel
Not
var.
much, but it will do. The tale I'm about to tell you is an urban legend particular to
Martinez'e ait
Martinez.
şehir efsanesi.
That said, I first heard it from a former
geldin
bicycle
abi.
courier in Koran.
Bunu bir bisiklet kuryeden dinlemiştim.
There are many variations on the basic story, and the details often conflict. What everyone agrees on is that nobody knows.
Are you telling the story of the headless?
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. Summer of 44. 17-year-old Gertrude Het is walking home from a late shift. Our heroine finds herself enjoying the peace and quiet the canal provides. What she doesn't know is that her peace is about to be shattered. From behind her comes the clattering of hooves. Startled, she turns around, and what does she see?
At mı görmüş?
Well, yes, but it's the man on the horse that's of interest here. A man
The pause is long and dramatic.
with no head on his shoulders.
Headless Horseman.
Wearing a found tracksuit.
Üf, uyduruyor
Searching
bir
for
de.
the legendary found cap that went missing. When he
Kafası
lost
kesilmiş fan süvarisi boğaya biniyor sanıyordum. Heykelciyi göster.
I thought that he rode a headless pig.
Well, there are many versions of this story, the most peculiar of which has the headless found rider riding on the back of another headless man.
Mümkün gelmiyor.
If I hadn't lost my keys that one time, I'd agree with you. But Gertrude Het may have been the first to witness the headless found rider.
Tell him about the two feminists by the lock.
Fuck, Rosemary, they were dating. No one said they were feminists.
Feminist.
Everyone always misremembering this stuff.
This wouldn't be the De Ponte Delgado case, would it?
What? You know it.
Biliyor musun?
I've read the case file. But please,
Anlat sen
Right.
anlat.
Early autumn of 46.
Bizimki bakın.
Ula DuPont and
Üretti,
Eva
girişecek.
Delgado are fishing near the
Hikayeye.
waterlock long after the sun has set.
Yaşlı kadınla halledebilirsin. Ha, temizlikçi kadın diyorsun. Ha, bizim kadın. Evet, dikkatleri almalı.
The
Yarın
wind
yıkatırız.
picks up. A sky already dark now blackens. Water starts falling from the women are caught in the downpour. They act quickly. Eva gathers the rods whilst Ula.
Don't turn around. Don't turn around.
Ne oluyor lan?
When she sees
Manyak.
something. Her shriek is so violent that the residents of the nearby apartment building believe lightning has struck.
Öyle bir dinliyor ki yani hislere kapılıyor artık.
But there is no lightning. Only Ula makes a run for the shore, but Eva slips on a wet rock and disappears into the cold, cold canal with nary a sound. Her body is never recovered.
Dosyada ne diyordu?
naturally, Ula De Ponte became the prime suspect in the disappearance of Eva Delgado. De Ponte maintained that it was the so-called headless found rider, and that during the investigation, it became apparent that there was a love triangle, the third party being some small-time businessman. I don't remember the exact details. The leading theory was that an argument... No, she committed suicide before she could be taken into custody. They found her in the bathroom with a rifle, her face slowly... Not a pretty scene.
Man, that's some grisly detail. Oh well. Here's to another case closed. Anyway, that's the story of the headless found rider. Pretty crazy, huh?
Anlattığım hiç de şaşırtıcı değil. Bende daha çılgınca hikaye var.
Yeah? Why don't you go eat shit, Tequila? There's no way you know a better one than that.
Roma cücesi kurbanlarını asitle eritir.
Acid Gnomes? Sounds like a stupid, low-concept band name.
Ölmeden önce kimmiş?
Well, Tequila, that's part of the legend. No one
Kimse
knows.
bilmiyor.
Some say he was an undercover cop who blew his cover and got beheaded by...
O headless brother, where art thou?
Others claim he was a professional jockey who veered off course.
Even decapitation couldn't stop his commitment to the...
Personally, coincidentally, at that exact moment, a horse happened to pass under him, and his beheaded corpse mounted it, where it remains.
For some reason, this does strike you as the most plausible theory of them all.
isn't it? All the pieces fit together. Anyway, to each his own. You want to hear any other story?
Hard to argue with that, I suppose.
That's the reality situation. No one...
He won't, though, because it's just a stupid legend.
I saw him one night when I was right shit-faced.
Başka var mı?
I actually do have one. Do you have anything to fortify? If you
kalmadı.
find any, I'd be...
Görüşürüz. Sende var mı yeni bir mevzu?
The legend! He's back. And firstly, I got smokes. Don't call Abigail.
The man hiccups, then mumbles something.
There's no use in yelling at drunks.
The drunk man starts coughing.
Don't you fucking... Don't call.
There was little chance he'd be a reliable...
Bir iki lafım kalmış ona da. Bunları aldık. 5 experience'ımıza bak. Nizam şunu bir yıkay ya.
The old woman still sits in her chair, continuing with, the buzz of electric lights blends. There's a gap where the name of that song should be. You should ask her about it right now.
Hala uyanık mısın ya?
Yes, I can't really sleep anymore. Only a few hours a night. It happens when my suggestion is don't go any
İşlenmeyin.
older than you already are. That's old enough. What's troubling your mind?
Yıldandığın şarkı ne?
A lullaby my mother used to sing. I sang it to my kids too. It's an
Adı ne?
surrender to the night.
Daha güzel geliyor.
Yes, it does.
Bir ceket buldum ama çok kirli. Yıkar mısın?
I can wash it for you. But it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you
Bekler
can
misin?
stay...
Bekleriz ya.
Hell yeah.
Abi lan.
No, we must run around ceaselessly.
Kes.
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
Ben beklerim.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you take better care of it than its last owner.
Güzel ceketmiş. Bakalım ne çıktı. Bu ne? Acı eşiği ilkel içgüdü. İyiymiş lan. İlkel içgüdü, irade, empati -1. Oyunculuk -1. İlkel içgüdü. Eldiven. Bunun donunu da Juno'dan alabiliriz. Full set kalsın ya. Dümbüye vermeyeceğim. Götlüğüne söyleyeyim de.
Tequila Sunset.
Versem mi ki? Vermişim. Şimdi şu success check'lerden atalım. 2 tane vardı. Ve sanırım toz mu çekmemiz gerekiyor bunlarla konuşmak için? Neyse şununla bir muhabbet vardı.
The shaggy haired girl.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us?
Önce
With
bazı
the
sorularım
church?
olacak.
Shoot.
Benim kiliseye girdiğini söyledi. Orada ne gördün?
Oh, that. You're not going to...
She's less prone to blurt it
İngeç
out,
adam.
crap
İsmini
man,
zikretmeyi
than the others.
diğerleri kadar yatkın değil. Bunu göreceğiz, anlat.
Okay. I went in and I saw a woman next to one of those machines there.
Makinelerin yanında bir
Nord
kadın.
calls it a mainframe.
Mainframe.
She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother, you know, strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't say anything, just stood still.
Korkutucu sayılmaz mı?
And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall. Upside down like a crab, down the church wall.
Duvarda
I think
yürüyor.
the woman didn't even know he was there. He was completely silent.
Allah.
He stopped right before he got to the floor, then just hung there like that, looking at me. Right at me. I fucking...
Like a crab, you say?
Neye
It
benziyor?
was too dark. I couldn't tell exactly.
Görememiş.
Come on. She obviously could. She already went into detail.
Neye benziyordu? Gördüm.
He looked like a banger, okay? He was all muscular and stuff. Had a mesh tank top. I know it sounds
Allah.
ridiculous, but that...
A
Çeteci gibi.
And a banger?
Çeteci yengeç.
Yes, a banger. As in a mess gang member. I know what it sounds like, but that's what I saw.
Gangster bir yengeç adam.
I don't blame you. I mean, I wouldn't believe me either. I'm surprised Noid did.
İçeridekiler.
My associates. I haven't got much to say about them.
Şeyler biliyorsundur.
Of course I do. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them.
Kendinden bahset o zaman.
I'm a silver bird.
Kuş
Don't
kuş.
know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but
Allah Allah.
my associates. Sorry. I don't know what makes you think it'll be.
Ona yardım ettikten sonra dilleri çözülürmüş. Bu ne istiyordu? Mantık çeki.
How things going?
Önce bunu değil.
As always. Huh?
Bir diğer çeki
I
atalım.
see.
The large-headed youth.
Incremental progress! Yeah!
Kas gücü. Kas gücü setimizi. Kas gücü 1. Bir şey yok mu? Nasıl lazım sanki? Hayda, yokmuş. Acı işi ilk içgüdü, oyunculuk eksi 1. Neyse, hiç yoktan denenebilir.
The large-headed youth.
Incremental progress! Yeah!
Yapıştır, deneyelim.
You know it in your
Güzel.
lungs where the pressure should vibrate. In your heart that's alone. And in your solar plexus where the hits should.
Daha fazla bas lazım.
What?
Melodi de lazım.
Wow, okay. We should start with the melody. But where would we get that stuff from?
Senin bileceğini düşünmüştüm.
I'm sorry. I don't know anything about Nordic music. I'm just the party boy. I
Allah
get the
sala.
He feels ashamed. He can't be of more service to the future of dance music.
Müziği sertleştirmek polisin işleri, görevi üstü. Tamam da bir şeyler bulmaya çalışırım. Sıradan bir vatandaş soruşturması yürütür.
The young man falls silent with appreciation.
Basically, what you need to find here is a tape with some banging music on it, so that Egghead could use it to remix.
Yeah. Maybe that street hawker across the pawn shop has got some tapes to sell. That's just an idea.
İncel dükkanının karşısındaki sokak satıcısında kaset olabilir. Var mıydı ki?
Anyway,
Bakarız.
that's all yours to figure out.
Copman!
Bende bir kaset var. Belki onunla ana akım müziğini geliştiririm. Ben almışım sanırım onu.
Tape! Yeah! Spins the tape until the space escape! Yeah!
Yok bunlar değil. Çok slow bu zaten kanıt.
Normal! Step!
Mantık setini giyelim. Mantık artı bir. Mantık artı bir. Mantık artı bir. Oo mis gibi her şey. Başka. Bir de buradan mantık artı bir. Bunları geri nasıl giyeceğim ya? Şimdi. Artı 4. Gel.
Hi again. So, how things going?
16 çek abi. Artı 3'üm burada var bir de. Düşün yani. Zor şey. Belki de sana söylenen her şey doğru değildi. Biraz bekleyip analiz et. Hadi bak.
Okay,
Ananı
so the
sikeyim.
Speed Freaks want to start a club for dance music. That much checks out. Youths like music. You feel as though you might have liked music more when you were young, too. But you digress.
Çözemedik. 2 artı 3 atmışız. Değişkenden artı 2 7. Total 14.
Indeed. So one of them came upon the abandoned church.
Anlattığı bu kurduğu mantık bağlantısı da fake bu arada.
Agents of
Fail'ladı çünkü.
narcomania have overrun it. You shudder to think of all the narco they must have already consumed in there. Narco plus, and it has to be considered. You can't invent the future of dance music in this smelly old tent. It still feels as if this didn't quite go
Anlattıkları
as it
doğru.
should have. But
İrademiz fark etti bir şey ama. Sonra ben bir mantık veririm abi. 7 puan. Kar tabanı 3. 2 tane boşta puanım var. 8 ile atalım da. Vallahi.
As always, we'll... Hi again. So, how things going?
Gene %72 atıyor bu. Bilmiyorum ya.
a number of
At artık
things
ha.
don't add up. Let's
Akla
take a
yatmayan şeyler var. Hemen bakalım.
How about gather around, kids?
Toplanın çocuklar. Tamam çocuklar toplan bak.
The
Toplan.
young speed freak puts down a busted capacitor and looks at you.
Geliyorlar.
The one with the large head seems very enthusiastic about what their would-be leader is less amused.
O kadar heyecanlı görünmüyor. Geçmişte ne zaman ve neredeydi hatırlamıyorum ama bir ihanet söz konusuydu. Hasta düştüm ve şu anda gördüğünüz gölgeye dönüştüm. Ama öncesinde bir polis dedektifi olduğumu düşünmek için yeterince nedenim var.
But you still are.
Ama öylesiniz. Nazik sözler için teşekkür ederim ama burada herkes bu oyunun formayı rezil ettiğimi görebiliyor. 3'te Teğmen Gayfat'ta olacak kadar 7 yüzbaşı bir olabildiğini düşünebiliyor musun? Yüzbaşı bile olabilirdi.
What happened?
Ne oldu? Varmış kokuyorduk. Ben oldum başıma ben. Disco
Are you
oldu.
trying to say we need the next step in dance music to happen fast? Shut it!
Sus.
What? I have! I've said that!
Bunun üzerine 1000 yıl geçmiş de olabilir ama içimde hala biraz dedektiflik kaldı.
The young speed freak is silent. He senses something is wrong.
Bizlerin yolunda olmadığını hissediyor. Kafan yerinde. Bu görüşme için ayık kalmak zor muydu? Burada bir kulüp açmaya çalışmıyorsunuz. Çadırınız laboratuvar malzemeleri dolu. Uyuşturucu üreteceksiniz.
I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it's wrong. Look, we even have speakers.
Müzikten de bisik atlamıyor zaten şu salak. Sonuca nereden vardığınızı bilmiyorum. Yanılıyorsunuz. Bak hoparlörümüz de var.
One speaker. They
Bir
have
hoparlör.
one
Bir
speaker.
tane hoparlörleri var. Bunun arkadaşı nerede? Kayıp mı oldu?
What do you mean, friend?
Arkadaşı derken diğer hoparlörümüz sadece bir tane
It's
var.
the one speaker system.
Bu
It's
tek hoparlör
monodynamic.
sistem.
You wouldn't know the first
Monodinamik.
thing about sound reproduction and anodic music. Other speaker.
Kulaklığınız da yok. Selin kasetleri çevirmek için kulaklığa ihtiyacın olmayacak mı?
What do you know about spinning tape? Nothing.
Kaset çevirmekten ne anlarsın? Hiçbir şey. Kulaklığı ikinci el dükkanına verdiğini biliyorum. Muhtemelen laboratuvar ekipmanlarını ve uyuşturucu malzemelerini alabilmek için.
I'm sorry, but there is no lab equipment and no drug ingredients.
Biliyorum, bizde laboratuvar ekipmanı falan yok. Uyuşturucu malzemesi de yok. Arıtılmış su, temiz bir laboratuvarın olmazsa olmazı.
Of all cellular-based life, what's your point, Lawbringer?
Havadaki eter kokusu kullanışlı bir çözücüdür. Çözeltilerin içerisinde geçici etken maddeleri ayrıştırabilir.
Make up your mind. First it's the sweat, then it's the ether.
Muspedi etken maddesi için
He
almışsınız.
said it was for his nose. What more do you want?
Devam etmeme gerek yok herhalde, değil mi?
No shit.
Yapma ya. Yapan yerinde bu görüşme için ayık kalmak zor muydu? Sözünüzü bir polis dedektifini kullanarak uyuşturucu laboratuvarı açmaya çalıştınız. Kafan yerinde görüşme için
We don't
Nasıl?
need drugs to be hardcore. Shut the fuck up, Egg.
belki bugün yoktur Erik ama benimle görüşmediğiniz günleri atlatmak için uyuşturucuya ihtiyacınız var.
Climb down from the equestrian monument, cop man. Consciousness is new to the universe. We all have
Çözülüyor.
our ways to ease the shock.
Uzun lafın kısası biliyorum.
What exactly is it you know?
Tam olarak neyi biliyorsun? Laboratuvarı biliyorum.
That's... Come on, that's...
Açma mı?
I meant to say, not true.
Peki siz ne yapalım şimdi?
What do you mean, do?
Yapalım derken
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. It wouldn't take a lot of pushing.
rol yapmayı bırakmak üzere. Fazla zorlaman gerekmeyecek. Kanunseverlikle halledeceğiz. Önce bana her şeyi anlat, sonra da ben hükme varacağım. Gerçekten neler olduğunu anlatın ve oradan devam edelim. Hoşgörülü olabilirim. Umurumda değil yani. Ben sadece elimdeki vakayı çözmek istiyorum. Siz istediğinizi yapın, ben istediğimi yapayım. Hoşgörülü olabilirim. Bakalım anlat.
What do you mean by lenient?
Öncelikle destek çağırmayacağım ve sizi içeri tıkmayacağım. Haberiniz yok mu? Ben buralarda en kirli polisim. Bütün bağlantılarımı kullanırım ve hayatı size zindan ederim. Göreceğiz. Anlat bakalım.
He thinks for a moment, then opens his mouth, but closes it again.
Things are just way too hard for an entrepreneur in this city.
Girişimcilik yapamıyor.
Turn the church into the wickedest club in East Wethershaw. Because we are. We just gotta turn it into a speed lab first.
Önce toz laboratuvarına dönüştürmemiz lazım.
You know, to get our foot in the door.
Sizin işe bir giriş yapmak için. Bana niye ihtiyacınız vardı?
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the place was empty, and now it's all spooked up.
Daha bir ay önce boş olan yer şimdi garip tiplerle doldu. Aslında pek tekinsiz değiller, değil mi?
No, man. They're
Maybe.
spooky, all right.
Gayet
It's just that they would
tekinsizler.
also probably call the police if we started cooking speed in there.
Ama toz üretirsek polisi
But
ararlar.
the sign was way off too. I couldn't feel the love at all. Sir, you promised you'd be lenient.
Tamam, hoşgörülüyüz işte.
This is it. Judgment time.
İşte bu hüküm zamanı. Paranızı bana verin. Önce rüşvet iste. Eşyanızı toplayın. 40. polis karakoluna gideceksiniz. Onları tutukla. Kaybolun, gözün görmesin. Onları buradan çıkar. Temiz bir iş olsun. Toz laboratuvarı olmasın. Sadece anodik müzik kulübü olsun. Kulüp işlerine yardım et. Laboratuvar olmadan olmaz. Kulübü ayakta tutmak için ne gerekiyorsa yapın. 2 işe de devam et. Sizinle ne yapacağıma karar vermeden önce tekinsiz tiplere bir bakmam gerek. Şunlara bir bakıp geleyim de ben ondan sonra.
We can continue on an amiable path, right? No more misunderstandings, no more lies. Before you go, is there anything else you need? Yes. What? The what now? Oh,
He's like an actor.
I have a major sinus infection. Stuffy nose. We all do. Shit's all blasted up. Yes.
No, Sophie.
Yes. What?
He
Tamam,
nods.
geleceğim.
As always, we'll...
Bir tane daha alabilir miyim? Beleşe diye düşündüm de yok alamam. Bunları paketledim. Yok, kiliseye girip geleceğim işte şimdi.
Huh? I see you here again.
Kiliseye bakacağım şimdi. Kahve ceketi de değiştireceğiz. Manipülasyon ilkel içgüdü. Daha iyi bir ceketim yok mu ya? Polis ruhu görsen olmaz. Mantık artı bir. Polis ruhu şehrin fısıltısı. Polis ruhu görsemez. Manipülasyon artı bir. Kavramlaştırma artı bir. Bunu ver. Algı eksi bir. Eksi bir. Okey. 6, 5, 3, 5, 4, 2. Seviyeye çıkmış ilk içgüdü. Çevrende olup biten her şeyin farkında olursun. İçinden hiç atamadığın bir korkuyla yaşarsın. Kendi gölgenden başkalarının ardından hatta kokusundan bile korkarsın. Ancak ilkel içgüdü düşük seviyelerdeyken hayatta kalma güdülerin ve kullandığın yöntemler yeterince güçlü olmaz. Şehrin en sevdiğim fakat seninle konuşuyorum ki şehre kulak veriyorsun üstlerine ancak şehrin fısıltısı düşük seviyelerdeyiz. Şehrin çağrılarını nadiren duyarsın. Peki duyamadığını kurtarabilir misin? Manipülasyon kaç bende? 3. Eşyadan eksi 1 oluyor. Az işte. Polis ruhu kaç? En iyi kombinasyonumuz bu ya. Yıka. Vermeyeceğim o şekilde. Erik kafa için melodili kaset alırsın. Hadi gidelim.
Heavy wooden doors. The lock turns easily. You hear a click as
Let's go.
a great whoosh of air rushes into the
Islık
dark
çalarak
inner
hızlı
of the
kilisenin
church,
karanlık
as
kısmını
though rushing to
ilerleyen
fill a
rüzgar.
great vacuum.
Büyük bir boşluğu doldurmak istiyor sanki.
In the heart of the city,
Şehrin kalbine oturmuş büyük bir boşluğu. Nereye geldik acaba? Neredeyim lan? Bu ne ya? Aa bilgisayar gibi olan şey. Aa buradayım. İleri doğru bakarken kendini tuhaf bir biçimde dingin hissediyorsun. Abi müziğe bak. Güzelmiş buranın müziği. Çatallıydırım da senin aynısı. Ne oluyor lan burada? Karmaşık denklemlerle doldurmuş yazılar. Yeni yazılmış gibi görünüyor. Bu ne? İçi su dolu, elektrikli bir telde doğrudan içine giriyor. Ne yapıyor lan bunlar? Empati +1. Empati nerede lan? Burada 3. Buradan ne alıyorum ben? Algı +1. İhtiyacım var. Aslında yok lan. Empati +1 daha iyi. Algı 4, empati 4. Tamam, daha güzel. Tamam. Ya bir şey de görmüyorum. Bir şey var mı? Yok. Ne oluyor? Çatlamış cam levha. Ne? Acı işi. Atkı. Güzel. Oyunculuk var bizde. Acı işine ihtiyacımız yok şu an. Çeteciler ağlamaz. Anladım. Bu nedir? Geyik figürü. Ne gördün lan? Ya dur.
the silence in this part of the church.
Bu kısmında
it's
neredeyse
almost
somut
palpable.
sessizlik var.
All the
Maddenin
shifting
bütünü
matter
değil.
and shuffling of
Yanlardan
living
bütünü.
things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore.
Akustik yani.
Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent. And then it's gone. Almost all of it. But for the faintest of hums.
Neymiş lan bu böyle? Akustik şey yaratıyor.
It seems the sound here is detached from its source somehow. If not blotted out outright, you can hardly hear your own breathing.
Bağıralım.
Your voice is barely audible. Not a howl, but the softest of whimpers. You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more.
Ne oluyor
The
bu ne?
lieutenant points to his ears and shakes his head. Then
Konuşuyor,
he
duyamıyoruz
leans
ki.
close.
Can you hear anything?
Neredeyse hiçbir şey duymuyorum ya. Bu beni endişelendirmeye başladı. Pek değil ama olağanüstü bir şey bu. Hiç böyle bir şey deneyimlememiştim.
I wonder why the church was built with such strange acoustics.
Ne bileyim.
His detached tone conceals how uncomfortable he is.
Muhtemelen bir şey yok. Hayal gücümüz yapıyor. Neyse, kesinlikle gerçek etrafımızda tuhaf bir şey oluyor.
The lieutenant doesn't reply, but you can sense him
Verilmiş.
tense up next to you.
Çan kulesine bak.
The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower
Bir daha.
overhead.
Ne şimdi? Gölgelerin ötesinde görmeye çalış. Orada ne olduğunu bilmek istemiyorsam peki. Algı şeyini giyerdim bilsem ama... Tam da algıdan -1 almıştım ya. İstemiyorsam ne olacak?
The silence, the darkness, they've enveloped you as in a cocoon. Relax, it'll be okay.
Yok ki, zorla attıracak. Lan sikeyim ya, failladım ya. Abicim. Ne oluyor yani? Kafamıza mı düşecek? Yapma.
Just darkness without end. It
Göremedik.
makes your head spin.
Şey görmeye çalış.
There's nothing. You're dizzy and disoriented as you see dark and more dark.
Officer, what are you looking at?
Karanlık.
Filled with vague shapes of woodwork. The sense of a...
Ne oldu lan? O ne?
You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes.
Bu ne lan? Failladık ama. Yine de gördük.
Maybe it's possible to talk to
Yago.
it.
Çatık girişlerinden sarkan bir şey görüyorsun. Kara gözleriyle doğruca sana bak. Bir deli o ne amına. Neymiş
A
bakalım.
machine stands in the corner, watched over by the figures on the stained glass window. It's turned on and quivering with soft electricity.
Another radio computer. And this time it's already turned on.
Çalışıyor.
These machines sometimes harbor traps, he thinks. Alarm systems and the like. Let's be careful.
Tuzak olabilir diyor.
We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case.
Aynısına benziyor.
It's also quite similar to the one we have down at the station. Must be the same model.
The one you saw earlier was the Ream Civic. This is the Ream Prefect. A model number RC70, the Ream Prefect is the governmental version of the commonly used Ream Civic model. Although mostly based on the same technology, the Ream Prefect is equipped with better noise
İnceleyelim
detection.
lan.
You see fluorescent play and print buttons on the
Oynat ve
keyboard.
yazdır
The
tuşları
hatch
görüyorsun.
connected to the central compartment is wide open. The lieutenant says nothing. You see the machine's glowing frame reflected back from his diamond-shaped glasses. You're
Onun
free to
konuşmuyor,
proceed.
makinenin ışık sistemi gözlüğün camlarına yansıyor. Devam etmekte serbest. Haznenin içine bak.
Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark like fireflies. Silver
Ayet,
tape on the side says
Batı Mart
in
yazıyor.
black marker, another filament memory. Press play to talk with the repeater.
Operatöre konuşmak için oynata
The
bas.
speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver.
İşte kadın, gene aynı kadın.
Good evening. Votre accident en Saint-Brun? This is the East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
Nasıl, gene mi Fortress Accident? Allah Allah.
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer in the doomed commercial area.
Aynı mı?
I have two machines registered to this company name in Martinez. One on
Allah, ikisini de bulduk ya.
the other on Rue de Saint-Ghislaine.
Saint-Brune, that's the church. And Rue de Saint-Ghislaine, that's the doomed commercial area.
Anything else I can help you with?
Nasılsın yine ben?
Good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
Kayıt Şubat-Mart yazılı.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Parola mı?
Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer.
İpucu var mı?
No.
Yok.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
Yokmuş. Son günü mü?
Still no.
Polisim ben açsam.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder.
I'm afraid we are not doing that. Unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please proceed?
Bilmiyorum.
I will register Fortress Accident. Is there anything else I can do for you
Ya
today?
sert bir levye bulabilsem, şeyin bodrumunda var. Açamıyorum o kapıyı.
Sleep well.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated.
Yazdır.
Nothing happens.
Ne amına koyayım ya. Bu nereye gidiliyor? Bilmiyorum herhalde.
In white, silver, and apricot faience, the young mother of humanism stands above you.
Dolores
A
değil.
crack runs across her body. She is
Yes.
impossibly tall, oval-faced and sad, a dark and radiant majesty. This is her innocence,
Aynen.
Dolores Day.
Ay bu tenant ne kadar iyi oldu ya. 60 para oldu. Şeyde. Hayvan gibi de tecrübe puanı.
Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel.
O para lazım olacak belli oldu. Yok, o para benim talent'tan dolayı geliyor. Ansiklopedi pasifi attığım zaman geliyor. %50 oldunuz ya. Öyle bir para kazanmam ihtimalim yoktu yani. Birden fazla bir diyen var ama burada %50 nasıl oluyor? Demek ki birden fazla hayır diyen de var. Nasıl ama? Acayip matematik. Mobilim ha. Çıkmıyor mu mobilde? Yarattığımız karakter inanabilir, inanmayabilir. Zaten Dolores değil, çok da yobaz bir tanrı tarzında bir şey değil. Atılanlara göre. Daha böyle mantık ve sevgi çerçevesinde bir şey. Çok vaka.
Your knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. There you kneel among the snowdrifts, diffuse light falling on your hands from beyond the glass.
Bak.
The woman looks down at you kneeling. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips and a glint in her green-blue eye of what? Compassion? Remorse?
Merhamet, pişmanlık. Ne var sizce? Bence yas var.
As that terrible word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder.
Aynısını yap.
Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times. Then you rise from your knees
Ne oldu
into
lan?
the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles.
Ay
her
burada neler
distant
yaşanır
smile,
ya.
sundered by the
Ha,
crack in the
evet, Büyük
glass.
abi de kitabını okuduydum, oradan biliyorum gerçekten. Çıplak camı zihninde tamamla. Ha, bunu yapmak istiyorum. Bunu yapacağım da önce şunu bir halledelim.
Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your
Ha,
hippocampus.
aktif test bu.
Is
Buradan
the
para
innocence
gelmez.
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men.
Kitapta
The
yazıyordu
highest
sanki.
category of historic individual, an embodiment of the world's spirit.
Bunlar mı?
More, an innocence is elected to office by the
Abi de.
founding party, a precedent that has taken place a mere 6 times in the entirety of history. An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions.
Innocence.
They
Abi
are
de diyor.
inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway? Only accelerated, packed into decades instead of centuries. An innocence
biri var mı
is
şu
a
an?
continuous, compressed event. No, we are alone.
Ne zaman başlaydı?
300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, by explorers from the continent of Muindi.
Başka ne biliyor?
Many things. You know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually draped in ancient sadness. Are you sure you want to remember this bit of historic trivia? Standing under a long, slender form like this, dwarfed?
Nereden geliyor
The
bu bilgi?
past. It's a silo of sadness, fermenting. You should keep away.
Dolu bir tankerim. Ben de tanklayabilecek kadar iyi mental şeyim var. Başka?
Terribly, women of the court were expected to play both contract bridge and chess sufficiently well to prove an interesting challenge to a man. A simple grasp in matters of philosophy, theology, and science was in. She made the most of her position in the antediluvian court, a court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day. She was an almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time. It was on her advice that Irene Le Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale, a costly, often tragic endeavor.
Trajediye yollamış
By the
insanlar.
discovery of the new world, the piece of reality you're standing on. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is widely considered the greatest era in history.
Vay be.
Wow, indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with emotion that her bystanders reported golden filaments lighting the already sunlit chamber around her, clearly visible beneath her dress,
Allah.
as did we all. The lands of the Mesk and the Occident and even far away Supreme windy. Altogether, 21 of the 40 mundial nations of the time in a city called Advesperaskit in Vesper Messina, her homeland. The name of the city means evening comes, but it happened on a winter. She was dressed in a white and pearl dress on an emptied out plaza with the crowd far away. Already her Theriers, the secret servicemen of the Innocents, were worried about an assassination attempt. Oh yes, she looked like humanity's young mother, a perfect mother, insultingly beautiful. It was as if her face and shoulders and hands were covered in a soft down of underfeathers. Midwinter snow was beating the cobblestones around her. A small attaché of officials stood by as her Theriers placed a white gold wreath on her. One of the men in this secret service killed her 22 years later. A young man who had come to suspect that Dolores Day was not entirely human, but something else.
Belenen bir adammış. İnsan olup olmadığını.
Something that had walked in our midst, watching us stumble for hundreds, if not thousands of years, until it decided to interfere in the course of our history. We were supposed to come up with this ourselves. The man was reported to have screamed at the Dolores Day was shot in the chest with a fowling 8 times. The man, thought to be insane, said he once touched her and her body had been unnaturally warm, like a furnace, and that sometimes, while on duty, he observed her forgetting to breathe for over this inhuman quality was witnessed by many others as well, glowing lungs and all. It is commonly attributed to mass hysteria and religious psychology. Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged for your semantic memory, or what remains of terrifying. It's a simple word. She was bad for humanity, and you shouldn't have started thinking about her.
Kötü tarafı neymiş?
You already do. Although she's often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous about Dolores Day, constantly surrounded by her Theriers. She was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the Innocences. Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal for the campaigns she waged against the Mesk state. And then there were the resettlement programs.
Ne oldu?
The Mesk state tried to detach itself from Innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Marguerite were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity. She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb in icons such as this. She was also blonde, the blondest woman you have ever seen. With green eyes, little is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely, paranoid, and even terrifying that people seldom mention, but feel.
Lieutenant Yefreiter, you've stood there for over 5 minutes. What are you thinking of, if I may ask?
5 dakikadır orada duruyorsun. Ne düşünüyorsun? Akciğerleri parlıyormuş. Yok ebesini. Hiç sadece etrafa bakıyor. Güzel kadın. İnsan değil o. Savaş suçlusu.
That she is. A great sacred piece. I wonder what we are doing here, however.
Biz ne yapıyoruz burada?
In this church, I mean. The coast in general. We shouldn't linger. This isn't a good place to get lost in.
The
old woman in the village was right. This must be the DeLorean Church of Humanity in Martinez, or the Small Pinewood Church in some records.
Biliyor musun burayı?
It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps misplace it. It was built not long after Revachol's founding, 300 or so years ago, by first-generation
300 yıl
settlers.
önce.
On the coast of an uninhabited archipelago where only animals had roamed before, in the wild reeds.
Başka ne biliyor?
There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les Sept Sœurs, they call them, the Seven Sisters. Only one remains. The rest were burnt in the revolution or used for building materials. We should be respectful here, although the building appears to be deserted. I do not believe we'll find anything connected to the lynching here. Something else, perhaps?
Buluruz belki.
Pang of guilt. The lieutenant is leaving something out.
Anlatmadığı bir şeyler var. Niye terk edildiğini biliyor musun?
I have a theory, yes. There was a police raid a while back. I heard the place was shot to pieces.
İş edilmiş her yere.
The old woman in the village was being tactful with us when she didn't mention it. She has more respect for the RCM than many around here.
Biz basmışız. Kim basmış?
Well, your station was involved, I hear.
Tahmin ettiğim gibi.
Although I can't be sure.
Emin değil misin?
3 precincts were involved in the raid, and people
Üç
say
karakol.
Precinct 41 was one of them.
Bir de onlardan biriydi. Geldiğimi hatırlamıyorum.
I am pretty sure it was a clandestine operation. I don't know anything more about it, why it was conducted, or who participated. I try not to pry into extra-district matters.
Gelmişsem ne yaptığımı öğrenmem gerek.
Good luck. You will not get information on a confidential operation from your station secretary just by calling. If you really don't remember, it might be better to keep this one forgotten. It happened a while ago. It's unimportant to our business in Martinez now.
Güzel analiz. Yapıştır. 2 tane boşta puanımız var. Şimdi. Şunu ver. Nerede ya? Bu. 2 buradan aldık. Başka bir şey yok. Kaç
The
diyor?
mother of humanism stands above you.
8.
A precious and complex wax painting
Bir tane
on
de
a single
benden.
pane of glass. A crack runs across the length of her body, her
72.
face oval and sad.
Deneyip mi yapsaydık ya? Yeşildi. Beyazdı. Allah.
The shards glimmer in the dark. You see little pearls of light on the edges of the crack that splits the female figure. Something was written there. Remains of broken letters line the emulsion. What it said.
Ver şu
The
bilgiyi.
mother of humanism stands above you. A jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you. A ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one. And a text, a light motif below them both.
Burayı ne kırmış?
Unknown.
Bilmiyorum.
Something during the raid the lieutenant mentioned. Or just hooligans looking for something to break.
Yaşlıca kadın kim?
The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator, She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden Reichsapfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her innocence day advised. Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet.
Slogan ne?
Below both women, in luminous black letters, après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie de nouveau. And then along the left side, après le monde, la gré. Après le gré, le monde de nouveau.
Yaşamdan sonra ölüm, ölümden sonra
Death, life again.
tekrar
After the
yaşam.
world, the pale. After the pale, the world again.
Dünyadan sonra pus, pustan sonra tekrar dünya.
This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan.
Neden?
It was deemed subservient to use
Kullanılmıyor
a
artık.
strongly moral intern-related motto. We already suspected of bootlicking. The sentence was also seen as too feminine. It was a macho thing.
Kadınsı bulunmuş. Şimdiki slogan ne?
Justice, union, prudence, and force.
Adalet, birlik, sağduyu, kuvvet. Bunu beğendim. İbnelere korkusal. Biri daha iyiymiş.
So do I.
The
Beklediğim
mother of humanism towers above.
bulamadım. Çok fazla skill harcadık. İlk başta vurmam lazımdı. Görsel analizden düşüren bir şey giyebilirim mesela. Tamam zaten o kadar. İşbirlik. Bundan ansiklopedi alıyorum artık. Kötü oldu. Sonraki level'a çok vardı. O tırmanan şeyle görüşeceğiz daha. Yani şu %72'lerdeki fail oranım neredeyse %80. Biraz saçma ya. Ne lan? Ne haber ne orada? Yok mu buralarda? Ne kadar mı burası ya? Üst kat yok mu? Yok herhalde. Gel bakalım.
Is that a man? Looks more like part of the carpentry of the building came alive and is now studying you intently.
Diago'ymuş.
The crab man.
Yengeç adam. Kim var orada?
The man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a steady.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry, everything's gonna be alright. You come to the right place.
Bu edinilmiş alkol kullanımı yüzünden adamlıktan çıkmışım. Tırsak olmuşum moruk. Ama endişelenme, her şey yoluna girecek, doğru yere geldin.
That accent is Villalobos. The peninsula
Vur
in
vur.
Mesk
Sürekli
and
tecrübe
the
var.
district in
Bir
general.
level'ın boşa gitti.
There's a sizable
Bayılır.
contingent of Villalobos speaking Mesks in Rivershow.
Ne için doğru yere?
Here you could receive the mother's love. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of the despair at the bottom of that bottle.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
Adam da uyuşturucu yediğinde kesin. Bunu sorgulamamız şart mı?
I'm put off by this religious stuff, he thinks. And maybe the ceiling climbing, too. It's all very hard to square with the lieutenant's own view of reality. Hey, and what was that about, the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Shish.
Sana biraz alkol sorunum var ve son zamanlar çığırından çıkıyor. Polisim ben. Seninle polis mevzuları konuşmam gerek. Alkol kullanımı hakkında bir şey bilmiyorum. Üstüme iyilik sağlık kaç.
Oh yeah, sure.
Evet
You don't
tabii.
know anything about alcohol use. You got it all under control, Way. I could smell the control all the way over here.
Her şey kontrolün altında. Kontrolün kokusunu buraya kadar geliyor. Peki bazı zorluklar yaşıyorum ama bana nutuk çekmene gerek yok. Ne yapmam gerektiğini biliyorum. İyi peki de nutuk niye çekiyor?
Not all of it. I was like you once. You don't know all the havoc Albino is wrecking on your mind and your spirit.
İyi
Necesita parar,
tamam.
homie.
Anladık
You
onu.
know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
If the lieutenant agrees, then maybe, just maybe, you should pay attention.
Kulak vermelisin. Mantıklı olduğunu
Don't
hissediyorum.
trust me. Trust the mother. I'm only the messenger.
Al işte
Holmes.
bak. Fikir tohumu geldi.
This is the church of the mother of
Açamıyorum.
silence. You are welcome here.
Bırak bir gerçeklik. Eksi 2 kas eğitimi. Zaten bir slotum mu kaldı benim? Neyse. Biraz biriktirip öyle değerlendirmek lazım. 20 saat mi? Ay ananın amı ya. Bunun çözümü iyi olmalı.
This mother of silence sounds like a serious player. You might want to be careful until you find out what you're dealing with.
Yengeç adam olmaz.
Never known myself to be a crab.
Yengeç
But
değilim.
if that's the name you got for me, I won't stop you from using it.
Daha ziyade örümcek gibi.
I always thought of myself more like a flame, flickering along the rafters and beams. He may
That's not the only technique he's working on. Look at those carved sculptures. And is that a satchel of tools over there?
Bütün o heykelleri sen mi yaptın? O
sure am. Whittling wood used to be something I just did to busy my hands. Now I use those same hands in service of something greater than my own restlessness.
Bunlar bir nebze imitasyon gibi ama kalıplaşmış kadın bedeni tasvirle kadınların nesneleştirmesine çanak tutuyoruz. Figürler yarım kalmış gibi.
It's all just for the mother, man. No need to overthink it.
Sen buradan önce neydin?
I was in a gang way. But my
Çetedeymiş.
memories of that time are fading. Most of them are already gone.
Ama hafızasını kaybetmiş. Ben de kaybettim ama sıfırdan ben yarattım.
That's not really the point, I say. You gotta give yourself over to service. Service of the...
Do you remember your name, sir?
Beni biliyor musun?
Diago's my name.
Diago.
But those syllables don't mean much to me these days. Your place amongst your fellas.
İyi bari
Your
experience
place in
falan
the
veriyor.
world. I ain't got no use for such a place anymore.
Benim ismim Harrier Dabba ve dünyadaki yerimde çifte Gefrite Entertainment'lik. Tokalaşmak için elini uzat.
That's just the thing, Holmes. None of that matters.
Burada ne yapıyorsun?
This is a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there. A way out into nothingness. This church was built.
Ne deliği lan?
I circled it. Nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. One of these days,
Allah Allah.
I'll be pure enough to go drink from it directly.
Sizin annesi dediğin o mu?
No, no, no. There's a new god in town. And she can be painted or sculpted. Because she has
Şimdilerde yeni
no
bir tanrıça
lips
var.
or even a face. She is the end.
Ne
She
diyorsun lan?
is a cavity in the dark beyond sense. She saved me. But I couldn't describe her to you. No one can, Holmes. And no one ever will.
Ne yaptığını tam anlamadım hala.
I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory.
Sizin annesine şarkı söylemen hiç akla yatmıyor.
I don't mean literal singing, Holmes. This is the mother of silence we're talking about. You may be thinking, but fire crackles. No, Holmes. That's the material that's burning. The flames themselves are without sound.
Bir uyuşturucunun yerine bir diğerini koymadığına emin misin?
It's not like that at all, man. It's just faith and joyful.
Too gleeful, those words. He is lying. Not to you, to his very own self.
Kendisine yalan söyle. İnanç da bir tür uyuşturucu.
I heard that before, Way. And I know I can't convince you on the spot. But think, when's the last time you woke up from silent communion with a hangover? Regret.
There are drugs darker than alcohol circling your system.
Sisteminde alkolden beter uyuşturucular dolanıyor. Allah Allah.
She took you for a good spin, huh? Don't worry, bro. That love is but a drop compared to the ocean of the mother's love. The mother will eat all of you and never spit you out.
Mantıklı konuşuyorsun galiba. Ulaşmak zorunda değiliz diyelim. Duyarsızlık ettim, özür dilerim. Duyarsızlık ettik, tamam hadi.
No worries, man. I know this shit takes time.
Ne oluyormuş delikten
I
içince?
will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, I won with the state of the world before reality began.
Liseyi nasıl buldun?
Hard to say. I think I did some construction work here. Back when I still had material worries.
Sessizliğin kilisesine club yapmak.
I
Ha?
realized what the true purpose of
Gerçekten
the
bir
church is.
etik sancı.
Been spending a lot of time here ever since. The past is nothing to me now, Way. It didn't belong to me.
Bunlar senin mi?
I think they were. A long time ago, I had to shed them like skins to get closer to the center of the silence.
Ne
They
lazım
look
değilmiş.
pretty dapper, actually.
Başka sorularım
The
var.
Seri, we figure, lingers on the wooden beams,
Polis
blending
baskınını
into the
hatırlıyor musun?
shadow.
Something like that.
Böyle bir şeyler.
Did you witness it?
Tanık oldunuz mu?
Not really. Or at least I don't remember much of it anymore. The mother's love has done its job.
Allah Allah.
That's what's so great about the mother.
Diğer tekinsiz tipin nerede olduğunu biliyor musun?
Other spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa. Don't know, Holmes. No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe not that young. Age is just one of the many masks we wear.
Nerede olduğunu biliyor
That's
musun?
what I said, Holmes.
Yani İkiniz de burada yaşıyorsunuz. Nasıl
Don't
bilmiyorsun?
really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests.
Radyo sayarla uğraşıyormuş. Sayarla. Nasıl görünür? Ne yapar? Kimdir?
I'm afraid not, Essay. You just have to wait until she comes back.
Or search through her radio computer.
Para dosyasını biliyor musun?
Too many times, Essay. You need it for something.
Lazım ya.
Surveys are a good way to fish for personal information, especially in the name of public
Parola ve şifrelerle ilgili bir anket yapıyorum. Bölgedeki eğilimleri tespit ediyorum kamu güvenliği için. Oyunculuk istiyor.
Don't sweat it, vato. The password is
Parola
afterlife
yaşamdan sonra
death.
ölüm.
What you think of that? Makes me almost pity la niñita pequeña. when I
Kulüpçüler
hit
burayı gece kulübü yapmak istiyormuş.
the ones in the tent outside, right? I see them. Guessing they're the ones who call me a crab. Probably scared of me.
Bunlar için bir sebep var mı? Ne düşünüyorsun gece kulübünü diyorum. Girişimci gençlerin yoluna taş koymayacağına inanıyorum. İşleri umut vaat ediyor. Kiliseyi gece kulübüne dönüştürmek cidden harika fikir. Sen de destekle misin? Korkmaları için sebep var mı? Değil mi?
Nah, man. They look pretty funny. And I don't harm no one anymore. Anyway.
Ne düşünüyorsun?
Why not?
Neden
They
olmasın?
wouldn't bother me none. I'm usually way up there.
Aa iyi.
Vibing. Ain't no music on earth that can reach where I go.
İyi. Güzel.
Might even be nice to have some company.
Ne güzel.
He said that in spite of
Hoşuna
himself.
gitti.
He's more attached to the human than he'd like to think.
Olay oldu.
I think we're done here, Essay.
Aa siktirdi gitti.
That was interesting. However, I'm still not sure how it's relevant to our investigation.
Manyak. Bunlarla döneyim. Bir tur. Görmediğimiz bir yer vardır. Bir şey yok. Ne kadar experience? 30. Önce değilim. Şurada bir yengeçleyeceğim.
Hello again.
Ortaklarım beni kullanarak bir uyuşturucu laboratuvarı kurmaya çalıştı. Bu planda senin haberin vardır herhalde.
I did, and I'm sorry. For what it's worth, which isn't much.
This is why I didn't go into the tent. Typical delinquency.
İlk kabahat suçlar.
You don't get to choose your posse, they choose you. Mine are idiots, but they're mine. I tried to talk Andre out of it. I even tried not to lie to you.
Indeed, she merely tried to omit the truth instead.
Yerine gerçekleri atlamayı tercih ettin. Aynı şey.
I know, but I knew you'd see through their plan too. I'm not an idiot. I should have been able to control them, and I will in the future.
Aa, güzel.
I promise. May
Et
I
bakalım.
ask, what did you tell them?
Buna şu kilise meselesini araştırdıktan sonra karar vereceğim.
Oh, right. That's wise. Take your time.
Gelin bakalım. Şifreyi aldın, radyosu var. Sonraki gün. Önce öbür taraftakine gideceğim.
Hi
Geldim.
again. So, how things going?
Kiliseyi bir konuşalım. Kontrol ettim.
What happened?
Başka bir konu. Yengeç adamla da konuştum.
Oh man, who is he? What did you think?
Kimmiş, sizin fikriniz ne? İyi birine benziyor açıkçası. Çok ruhani biri. Alkolizm üzerine çok garip öğütler verdi. Sonra annenin şefkatiyle ilgili uzun bir şeyler söyledi. Tam bir keş çıktı, bir tırmanma şekli var ki korkunç. İyi birine benziyor.
Really? Huh. Interesting. What's he doing in the church?
Dua edip vaaz veriyor. Fiziksel aktivitelerden hoşlandığı için deli gibi tırmanıyor. O çatının altında tekinsiz işler dönüyor. Kafayı buluyor olabilir. Dua edip vaaz veriyor.
No matter. Is he gonna be a problem? Yeah, Noid is right. Let's get back to the point.
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do.
Yapacak hiçbir şey yok. Tabii ki sorun çıkar, yengeç adam diyoruz. Alo. Fiziksel olarak aktif bir yaşam var. Ruhani şeyler düşünüyor ve içki içmiyor. Böyle birini yerinden yurduna edemem. Anladığım kadarıyla oradan ayrılmaya niyeti yok. Oraya buraya tırmanıp duracaktır. Onu asla yakalayamazsınız gençler. Aslında bana gece kulübünden rahatsız olmayacağını söyledi.
I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice friendly hyper time?
Merak etme, onun sizi ya da herhangi birini umursadığını sanmıyorum.
I guess it's not a massive problem now that I think.
Everyone is welcome to dance till the morning light.
Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker? The one in Grandma's clothes? Did you see her?
Diğer tekinsiz tipi görmedim. Sadece bazı makineler vardı.
But she's in there somewhere. Has to be. Have you tried investigating the machines? Anyway, do let us know if you see her. As always.
Onu çözmeden salmıyor. Anlaşıldı. Okay. Saatte 1 olmuş ha. Kaçta günü bitirmeye zorluyor acaba? Aslında günü bitirebiliriz. Ama dur bakalım. Şu heriften kaseti alacağız. Ben orayı bir açayım. Nerede lan bu herif? Bu ne lan? Hı?
The hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint Lane. Bronze-colored ribbons of magnetic tape are caught in its branches, fluttering in the breeze.
El yatkınlığı. Dolanmış tabi. Ama bunu görmemiştik daha önce. Niye görmedik acaba? Satıcı yok. El yatkınlığı. Ha bunda 2 zaten. Bu eldiveni satabiliriz ya. Yatkınlığı. Hiç de yok ki başka. Vallahi yok. Ne var? Neyse aman aynı şeymiş. Okey deneyelim. Bir daha deneriz sonra. Acı bir okşayalım da.
Patting the tree reveals a small sticker which has almost been worn to oblivion. It reads, RCM Emergencies Desk, number 8102, underneath a slogan.
Ne lan?
You tree-hugging pansy.
Ne yapmışım lan?
The bronze ribbon twists around and within the branches in an intricately natural pattern. But there's something.
Ne görüyor?
There's a twisted logic in this mess. You see the ends of the ribbon, the way it flows, how it twists and turns. It's all starting to make sense. It'll be easier to remove now.
Dene bakalım.
With slow and deliberate motions, pulling, bending, and unraveling, you manage to extricate the magnetic tape from the branches.
Ne tape lan bu?
It curls up into a mess inside your pocket. If only you could find a way to respool it, so that you could hear what's on
Nasıl
the
saracağız
tape.
acaba?
Maybe Roy from the pawn shop can help you with this.
Ha, olur
What's
belki.
the tape for?
İlk kafeye götüreceğim. Onun şu Van Eyck müziğini bir şey sert arayayım. Söylemeye utanıyorum.
This is part of your church thing, isn't it? Of course it is. It's too broken to play, you understand, right? It's not like Egghead and his friends know how to fix it.
Gece kulübü açmaya niyetlendikten göre şu kulüpçülerin en azından biri bozuk bandana tamir.
You could also get it fixed at the pawn shop across the street.
Good
Ben öyle
idea.
yapacağım zaten.
You might have the tools.
Bu adam hiç yatmıyor mu ya? Şurada bir şey vardı.
What a shirt. All other shirts pale in comparison to the muscular man with antlers and immense Zweihanders.
Welcome to Helmdal, officer.
Paramız var. Aldık. Buradan da aldık. Çok bir şey kalmadı.
Typical Martinez
700'lük
sits among assorted floor
lambayı alayım mı? Bir kapamamı ister şimdi.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I
Manyetik
can help
bandı
you with any. You
ne
mean
yapacağız?
re-spool it? Yeah, I do, but
Yapıversene ya.
I'm not some Mr. Fix-It. I'm a pawnbroker. If you want to pawn the tape, sure.
Just explain why you need
Verelim
this so
alırız.
much. He's bound to understand.
Değil mi? Dersi değil böyle bu yerel dans müziği ortamlarsa. Ki yana bir saniye sen hep film kasetleriyle uğraşmıyor musun? Aynı şey değil mi?
No, it's different. Those film tapes actually mean something to me. But this is just a worthless bundle of old tape. Huh? What do you mean? Yes, what about it?
Liseyi biliyorum. Gece kulübü açıyoruz.
Is it any good? The music, I mean.
Ettiği biraz renk katmam gerek. Sert hale getireceğiz.
Man, you're really invested in this. Okay, I'll help you out.
Tamam,
It's
şey
going to
yaptım.
take a moment though, so just sit back and relax.
Vallahi yaptı.
You take some time to look around the store. The play of visuals all around the pawn shop is mesmerizing. Suddenly, Roy turns back to you with a reel of tape in his hand and coughs.
Eyvallah.
Yeah, my pleasure. I do what I can for true passion projects. Just try not to use this tape for negative photon emissions. Take
Bir ben dinleyeyim bakayım. Dinleyemiyorsun. Dinleyemiyorsun. Okay. Kaset bu olmayabilir daha. Ama çok fazla işlem yaptık. Yani sanki bu gibi. Kaset değil ki. Ne yapacağız ki onu? Ne ki olay? Wait. AP değil mi? Şu kadın cevap verir mi ki? Bir şey soracaktık ona. Ha, bildirecektik.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out
Bir
tool.
aç.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Bir dakika.
57.
In the cabin, you
Biz şeye baktık mı ya? Kütüphane kartına.
the library card. Billy is a unisex name.
Bakmışız ha.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Kodların sahibini buldun mu?
Not yet. But I was able to convince the database people to share private sector information.
Tamam, yarın
They
sabah.
promised to get back to me by tomorrow morning.
Ceset var.
One moment. Can you please describe the body?
Yani şöyle bir şey.
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were
Any signs of violence?
Kaza.
No field autopsy necessary.
You can hear her quickly typing in the background.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes?
Kütüphane kartı
Any
bulduk.
information on the library card?
Imagine.
Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else?
Hallediyoruz.
I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. We'll send someone to take the body to the morgue. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do?
Kütüphaneye
I'm
bağlı.
afraid they're closed. It says here that the library is
Ondan
open from 10
6'ya
a.m. to...
kadar.
we should try again during business.
Anything else, detective?
Tamam, okey, yarın bakarız.
57.
In the cabin, you see a set.
Kadının kocası şey oluverdi. Yortladı. Gerçekten sıkıntı yaşamış. Bunu açamıyoruz değil mi?
This orange machine is buzzing like an old you slip your no. If you want to try again, then you need
Equip the pry bar.
Bunu da beğenmiyorsun ki. Eksi 10 veriyordun. Hala aynı mı?
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine.
Bir levye yeterince güçlü değil. Kardeşim yani. Daha güçlüsü ne ki? Neyse. Çekil lan. Tamam, bir açalım bakalım neymiş bu mevzu.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering.
Evet.
Nothing happened. Something's missing. There's no tape in the play.
Ha, kaset koymadık. Proje planı.
Like a smooth draw, the filament slides.
Oynat.
The speaker comes to life.
Good evening. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislain.
Nenem sen hiç uyumuyor mu? Bu ne hal ya?
Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
Evet.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Yaşamdan sonra ölüm.
Good. I've unlocked
Hadi
the
bakalım.
production schedule. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament.
Konuşmayı bitirdikten sonra filamana erişmek için lütfen yazdıra basın.
Really? She just used the same password?
Aynı parolayı
Maybe
kullanmış,
those
evet.
radio computer guys aren't that paranoid after all.
Ha.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do
Eyvallah
for
teyzem.
you?
Git
Thank
yat
you
uyu ya.
and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. Casting
Yazdır.
with a quiet determination, the printer starts printing. A piece of paper unfolding like a handheld fan. A black crisscross of letters covers
Proje
its
planını
surface. The
çıkar.
filament slides out of its.
Yok.
It's a project report written by the lead producer, Andrew Andy Schott. About the first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a production schedule.
Sermaye yok. Para konusunu bilmek
In
istiyor.
its short time of existence, Fortress Accident SCA
Öyle mi?
managed to
Büyük
burn
paralar
through
yakmış.
the first tranche of seed financing brought in
150 bin real
150,000
getirmiş.
real.
İlk
But then
yatırımcı.
came
Hiç
eventually the damage reached
Zarar 400 bin
400,000
real
real,
ulaşmış.
with only half of the game finished.
Oyunun yarısı bitmiş. Ne yapmışlar lan, bu kadar parayı nereden
Let's just
bulmuş?
say it was a real adventure for their Igaunian investor.
İş gücünü oku.
Fortress Accident employed 18 people, the bulk of the team composed of writers and concept artists. There were also radio programmers, sound, and a single overburdened producer who developed a habit of popping Pyrrolidon in the basement to escape his obligations. Why did Fortress Accident have so many concept artists?
Niye ihtiyaç duymuş
It
buna?
didn't.
Duymamış. Bunlar konsept sanatçısına ihtiyaç duymamış mı?
No, definitely not. A few more producers could have come in handy though, especially when dealing with writers, some of whom routinely skip to work because of one of them even managed to steal some valuable company property before skipping town for
Çalmış
good.
bir de. Proje planına göz
The
gezdir.
production schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy.
Sanatçılar yüzünden mi?
Not the concept artists. It wasn't even the writers, with their panic attacks and 3-hour lunches. It was impossible not to fail. The project was too large, and no amount of money could satiate the ever. They tried to make a 4 million real game with
Oha, 4
400,000
milyon
in their bank
reallik
account.
oyunmuş aslında bu.
They thought they could bridge the gap with pure willpower and imagination.
Hı.
They couldn't. No, even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin of possibility that, despite everything, that is, until they discovered the Valley of the
Balar
Heads.
Vadisi. İyi.
At the 11th hour, the lead designer, Jimsk-born Sulisław Jalisa, decided that what Wirral Untethered needed was a
Anladım.
This place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party
Ne ya?
member, and
Bir şey
each
olur mu
head
ya?
would have been voiced on. The world had never seen their kind before, and might never again. So many. The last count, there were approximately 10,000 heads for 10,000 headless men, all of which could be endlessly recombined. Do you really want to know? There seems to be a calculation here, but it may take a while.
Girişmesek daha iyi.
Cool. It's more than the number of atoms in the observable universe.
Oha. Bu muymuş bak
Well,
batırma şeyi?
that and the catastrophic data loss.
Büyük ihtimal bilgisayarı kilitler de öyle bir şey sorsaydık.
On the nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information in the production log. It comes at the very end where things get fuzzy and dark. where tables and numbers seemed to vanish into an eerie nothingness before the Egonian investors pulled the plug. What is clear is that one day an unidentified numeric anomaly occurred on the East Insulindian Lintel front, just as the Wirral Untethered project was. When the project was returned, it was complete. The team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider, but despite their diagnostics, they could never produce a satisfactory explanation or pay for the loss.
Kopyası yok muydu?
Mysteriously enough, it seems that the off-site copy happened to be on-site when the catastrophic data. It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of the off-site copy, and S. Lukanen Kilda, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. The off-site copy was on-site because there was no off-site anymore. Not for me, not after 8 months. I didn't have a home anymore, so I started keeping it in the basement in the ice bear refrigerator near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal.
Allah Allah. Başka?
The production schedule ends with a few random notes that seem to be added sometime later. 4 months later, by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under too. Slipstream switched to making skis, and the hairdressers just left. Still haven't got an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error. I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West. Turns out it's only 800 meters from here. The address is Saint-Brun 1147. Saint-Brun 1147? That's what the street sign next to the church said. Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Şey aldık. Ben bir şey deneyeceğim. Lan. Çekil şuradan ya. Bu ne?
An iron safety curtain curves before your eyes, folded like a bellows. It covers half the room. This is directly above the central furnace in the cellar. The voices probably came from. What an odd thing to do. Nothing happened. Still nothing. Those curtains prove to be surprisingly sturdy.
There must be another way to wake up whoever.
Ne güçlüymüş.
As before, this is directly above the center.
Burayı fark etmemişim. Biz buraya nereden girdik ha buradan? Ne olduğunu ne görüyor? Halteri kaldıracağım ya. Kadının dükkanının içinden çıkabilir miyim? Acaba? Ne istiyordu bu?
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
14 efsanevi. Kas gücü. Kas gücü. Başka bir şeyden kas gücü çıkmıyor değil mi? Ha bir de bu var. Yeni almıştım. Acı işi. Bunu da alalım. Acı işi ilk el içgüdü. Bunu da giyelim. Ne olur ne olmaz.
The
Neye
barbell
bak.
waits patiently on the floor.
20
like a
hala
dog
çok
for its
küçük ya.
master.
Uğraşmaya gerek yok. Başımıza düşecek, bayılacağız sonra. Küçüğünü hala dışarıda mı ya? Pantolonu alayım heriften. İşe yarar bir pantolonum yok. Buradan git çıkabiliyor muyum acaba? Çıkamıyorsun. Yok girmem oğlum, %28'e. Kafama o düşecek halter, geberip kalacağım orada. Mal gibi duruyorlar burada bütün gün.
Kuno saw you wheeled that can. Sweet graffito action pig. Kuno likes that delinquent shit. Kuno's parties. You're just shit at life. Now what's your case with Kuno?
Ver bakayım şu eşofmanı.
Here, pig. We're fun now. Performance buddies. Kuno could already see you soaring through the air like a fucking eagle. Pig's in Kuno's debt now. Money debt. Kuno doesn't.
İşbirlik, kas gücü. Kanlık. Bence bu daha önemli. Yatkınlığı. Faun seti var herhalde. Şeyi. Experiment. Daha iyi bir şey var mı? Neler düşük bu durumda? Otorite 3. Kavramlaştırma 3. Elektrokimya 3. Şehrin fırsatısı, ilkel içgüdü. Tepki hızı. Tepki hızı 2. Tepki hızı veren hiçbir şey var mı ki? Çıkarmam. Mantık veriyor. Retorikten alıyor, bu sıkıntı. Yapacak bir şey yok. Öyle olsun. İyi oldu ama. Orada ne yapabiliriz? Bir puanımız var. Gelin karşıya. Lisenin şeyini bir çözerim. Hadi bakalım gelsin abimiz.
Innocence Dolores Day liked little figurines, right? Liked holding little men between her fingers, remember?
Ne?
You have the headless Fallen Rider figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back.
Ne alaka?
Don't be so pessimistic. Love doesn't die that easily. This isn't funny. You have a bad feeling about this one.
Görelim zaten bir sike yaramıyor heykel.
So very, very, very nifty. Nifty and mysterious. This is surely what the figure...
Ne olacak ki?
The mother of humanism stands above you. A precious and complex wax painting.
Niye veremem?
Why? That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else? The mother of humanism. Why? That does seem to... The mother of Why? That does seem to be... I don't know. What are we thinking of? Part of your mind has gone on to other things. Only a strange little sadness remains. The mother of humanism towers above you.
Niye böyle bir şeyle uğraştırdın beni ki? Başka derdim mi yok diye düşünebilirsin ama olan oldu artık. Bu nasıl görev lan?
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated, revealing fluorescent play and print. Behind the hatch sits another filament memory. The speaker comes to life.
Good evening. Votre accident en Saint-Brun? Good. Please repeat. Good. I have unlocked the filament. After votre accident, is there anything else I can do for you today? Sleep.
The machine's keyboard. The printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraphs. It looks a bit like someone's journal. The first entry, made on the 4th of February, 51, by an unknown author, arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. Need to figure out how to get the electricity in.
Buradaki serüvenini kaydetmiş, buraya getirin. Nasıl taşıdın lan bunları oraya?
The lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder. Just as you finish reading, he looks up, muttering under.
4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while.
Nereden uzun süredir buradaymış. Alakası olabilir mi?
Our case? No, I don't think so. It must be some local eccentric.
Açıklardandır diyor. Oku.
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place, that the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. It's a little spooky, all right. Still haven't figured out the electricity. 7th of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna. I'm thinking Eska series, something advanced.
Anten baktı ki.
Why would anyone need any of this equipment here?
Değil mi?
8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna, had some problems setting it up. Called Simo for help. Heard the others are back to making art. Drinking somewhere out of town. Sulislav started a rock band again. Lexi has been seen asking money from strangers. But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. The programmers are doing fine too. I mean, they're programmers. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup when the backup wasn't even connected to the front. I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right.
Bu mikrofon kolu cortlayacak gibi hissediyorum ama neyse. Veri kaydolma. Sanatçılar, yazılımcılar, hepsi kim bu insanlar?
Seems like something to do with radio computers. Unfortunately, I don't know enough. Something about the backup data getting destroyed, and how everyone thought it was the author's fault. Let's just keep reading.
Edelim
I
bakalım.
think these people worked in the radio computer games business. The one we saw in the Doom commercial area. They must be our fault.
12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up in the church. Going to start working tomorrow, 8 a.m.
Şimdi görgü tanıklığı bir şey var zannettim.
The strike. We are nearing the date of the murder.
Evet, cinayet tarihine
Keep
yaklaşıyoruz.
reading. I'm interested now. I want to know what's that radio anomaly that sent this person here in the first place.
Oku bakalım.
25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It swallows sound.
Oraya bir mikrofon koysak ne olacak acaba? Kızdan alabilir miyiz ki?
Is she talking about?
Yedi.
28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the swallow is real and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be connected to the data loss that led me here.
Allah Allah.
The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural quirk?
The lieutenant doesn't answer. He follows your gaze, studying the basins. The water shines in them. March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music, one neo-disco song over and over again. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good. I don't want anyone distracting me from my work.
Bizim kız.
The girl on the ice? Sounds like her.
March 51. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office in Martinez. Can't do anything about it. The storekeeper still doesn't want to let me inside the building. Thinks I'm part of some kind of curse. How Martinez of her.
I knew it wasn't a good idea to meddle with that machine.
No. It was a great idea. You're learning things. This is how you learn things about machine. March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles. Crackers. Ping energy drinks. Water. Toothpaste. Gum. Also some canned air.
Adının.
Your reading is interrupted by
Haydi
the sound
bakalım.
of the
Geldi.
church door opening.
Bunlar duruyor. Klabı kuracağım buraya.
A strange woman makes straight for the radio.
Yazılımcı sona. Hadi bak. Hoş geldin. Aa, siklemedi bile. Ne yapıyorsun abla?
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
Evet, karıştırıyoruz.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
Değil mi hanımefendi, biz RM'den geliyoruz da ikinci bir vaka nedeniyle buradayız. Bazı müzik kulübü organizatörlerini temsil ediyoruz. Biz öylesine radyosuvarı karıştırmıyoruz. Gizemli bir ipucunun peşindeyiz. Kayıp kimliğimi arıyorum. Ben kayıp değil kimliğim, bu ne? Organizasyonuz ya biz.
You won't find any music venue organizers here.
Allah Allah, ne bu artistik ya.
It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
Abla, patlatmışsınız projeyi
We
zaten.
should talk to her after she has rebooted the machine.
Makine yeniden başlattıktan sonra konuşmalıyız. İyi, konuş. Başlat, yeniden başlat. Hadi bak. Allah Allah. Başlat hadi.
What is it?
Ne var? Bir şeyleri bozmadım değil mi? Baksana, sen Vitral Hunter'et baş yazılımcısı olabilir misin? Ama sen kimsin? Burada ne yapıyorsun? Baş yazılımcısın sen değil mi?
Or no, not anymore. That
Hoca öldü.
is dead.
She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad. Something passes over her face before she straightens her back.
Şeyleri bozmuş muyum?
No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper.
Kağıt israfı yapmışsınız. Sen kimsin?
I am Sona Luukkanen Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
Did she say over 16 years of experience? She must have started programming when she was still a teenager.
Yengeç adam ne diyor? Nasıl görmedim lan? Şifreyi o söyledi. Fakat biliyorum burada değil mi?
Yes.
Evet. Gram siklemiyor hiçbir şey. Endişelenmiyor gibisin.
No, you're right. I'm not.
Allah Allah. Niye bu kadar çok makine var?
I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything.
Anten neden?
I use the AR1 as my RAIN prefix processing unit.
Anladım.
Yes?
Şüphemci miymiş o da?
You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you?
Biraz biliyorum.
All right. Well, all radio computers perform operations up on air. So in order to gain more processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna.
İyi mi bu peki?
I guess it is. So far I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is an unstable region with bad coverage, and the operation has been surprisingly stable. But it's not the cheapest one on the market. So I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operations. Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything. Ask around, compare the prices.
She liked telling you this. It calmed her nerves.
İyi var. Bu kapları ne?
They are connected to my RAIN prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? Thanks.
Burada ne yapıyorsun?
I'm working.
The machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core. The light
Ne
comes
üzerinde?
Could you just shh for a moment? Or get to the point. I really need to focus on something.
Allah Allah, iyi peki.
It's not just rudeness. It really is hard to concentrate on whatever she needs to do, and you're not helping.
Teşkilat için özel bir cihaz değil mi bu ya?
So you do know something about computers. You're right. Prefect is used mostly by the government peeps.
Halde niye sende bu cihaz var?
Because I needed something good for my investigation and Reims Civic is widely agreed to be below all standards. Besides, owning a Reims prefect isn't such a big deal anymore.
Mesele değil o kadar diyor.
Actually, it is kind of a big deal. You don't see
Aslında
green prefects in every
meseleymiş
police
diyor.
department, for example.
Hepsinde bile göremezmişiz polis karakollarını. Onu çaldın yani.
No! No, of course not. I know a friend of a friend who used to freelance for the coalition. I was actually aiming for the military grade Reim Rational series, but couldn't find one. Prefect is mainly based on the same technology as the Civic, but it does work
Ya
better.
da öyle olsun.
Great. You really like those questions, don't you?
Polis memuruyum ben.
I'm conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out.
Yok ya.
I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
Dünyadaki 2 milimetrelik bir deliğin yerini arıyor.
Wait, what?
Ne?
She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said. The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
Ne deliymiş bu?
Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure.
Yazık lan, bu proje batınca kafa gitmiş bunun.
What do you think it is? What qualities does not?
Easy. You measure it by the world around it.
Bir dünya adamı yaşıyor. Çevresinde var olan şeylere dair veri toplayarak ölçersin.
Exactly. Very true. That's what I've been aiming for. That's why I have those basins. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence.
Hydro transducers. So that's what those water basins are. Devices for recording sound through water.
But honestly, it's not progressing very well.
Günlükteki
Yes,
bir delik
that's
mi bu?
what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that.
Konumu?
Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark. Most strange things may flourish in the dark.
Ne orası?
There's this place at the back of the church. A place where all audible vibrations seem to decease.
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk?
Maybe.
Mimari
But it's
tuhaflık
awfully close
olmasın.
to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place.
Yengeç adamın evi orası.
I know.
Biliyorum. Onun işi mi?
No, I don't.
Niye iyi gitmiyor?
Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work. Great. Thanks. The swallow, you mean? Great. Thanks.
Dans müziği ne diyor?
What? I hate it.
Nefret edermiş. Neden?
Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No idea what it has to do with either dancing or music.
Kulüp olsa burası.
This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here.
Ne kurmak istiyorlar biliyorum ki.
Take a guess, why don't you?
Uyuşturucu laboratuvarı kurmayı planlıyorlar diye duydum. Gençlik merkezi. Çiftlik. Belki yaşlılara yardım etmek için kamu sağlığı. Ben hala anodik dans müziği için gece kulübü kurmak istediklerine inanıyorum. Hayalleri olduğunu söylemişlerdi.
Bingo! That's it.
Wonderful. Now this house of worship is also going to be a drug lab. Always something fascinating happening in tents.
Sadece burada aktif bir gençlik kültürü olmasını teşvik etmek istiyorlar. Bunda bir sorun yok. Zihinsel durumu değiştiren maddeler anodik kulüp ortamlarında önemli bir parçası. İnsanların birlik hissine girmesine yardımcı oluyor.
Yeah, what I said before. Not possible to appreciate that kind of music without being high as a kite. So that's settled. Great. No nightclubs in the church then.
Hayda. Okey. Gidelim çocuklarla tartışalım bakalım. Bu ne? Evet. Şimdi pek bir işimize yaramadı o mevzu.
Hi
Ne
again.
yapıyorsunuz?
So, yes? What's the deal?
Yazılımcı geldi.
A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub?
Beğenmedi.
What a pity. That's my favourite thing in the world. And she does.
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam? And into a laser-lit future of dance and unity?
Unity! Dance!
Tam da oradan ayrılmayacağını gayet açık bir şekilde ifade
And
etti.
you can't just evict her?
Onu çıkaramam değil, çıkarmam. Farklı bir çözüm yolu bulmamız gerek. Çözüm buluruz.
Look at you, honor man.
No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her.
Nasıl edersiniz
If
bence.
that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music.
The lines in the dark exist!
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like Nordic dance music?
Bilemiyor.
Egghead cannot believe what she just said. It makes him pump the jam a little slower.
No worries, we'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think?
Uyuşturucu laboratuvarından vazgeçerseniz onu ikna etmek daha kolay olacak. Onu dışarı atmayacağım ama ikna etmeye çalışabilirim.
Oh
Biliyorum.
man, but the drug lab was like an integral part of getting the club going.
Gideceksin o işi. Burada yapın.
For me, it was my favourite part. Chemistry's great. I mean, anodic music is great and all, but drugs, they make you feel really good. When did you last feel really, really good?
En son ne zaman iyi hissettin? Hiçbir zaman.
But that's exactly what drugs are for. Exactly. Time to expand your mind.
İkna etmeye çalışabilirim.
Excellent. Good luck, my friend. Goodbye, officer.
The large head.
Bakalım şu.
Incremental progress!
Bu makara.
Yeah! Yeah! Remix time! Tape goes here! Into deck B!
Kilisesi.
A hand on his ear. He listens to the audio through.
Wow! Did you get this from Arno himself?
A great excitement is bubbling to the surface within him. This is big.
Nasıl ya?
Listen, I'm just going to show it to you.
Hazır
Ready?
yolla. Ne yap?
perfectly. Now, if only we had the beat for the full assault, it would be unbelievably hyper.
Intriguing. The way I see it, Van Eyck based his remix on some famous original piece, like a folk song, something local. Seems you found...
I think it's just happenstance. Chaos in action. Contingencies of our limited existence. That...
Noid's right. Egghead's technical talent is the key. No, this is definitely part of the same song. Something cut from it. It fits too. Something mysterious is going on here.
Ve şöyle şarkısının bir kısmını hiç beğenmediği için çöpe atmıştır. Mixlenmiş bir yerel şarkıya benziyor. Muhakkak katılıyorum buranın neden. Bunun nedeni sadece şans. Ve mix becerileri.
Be how it may, if it fits, it fits. Bring up the volume.
What about the bass? Do you have any ideas for that?
Yeah, I remember.
You can't just leave it without a bass track.
Bakarız bir bulabilir miyiz diye. O da sertleştiriyor.
Don't be too hard on yourself if you don't figure it out. I think the jam...
But it could be hyper hardcore.
Ne? Artı bir el yatkınlığı. Çözerken daha. Bayağı bir experience'a ihtiyacımız oldu şu an. Şimdi ne var? Çorak gerçeklik. Bu açmışsın. Uyku yitimi. 20 saat. Okey, bugünü bitirebiliriz. Pek bir şey kalmadı sanki. Ha, kadınla konuşalım tekrar. Bitmedi mi ki mevzu?
Hello again.
Empatiyi ne kadar arttırabiliyorum ki? Denesek mi ki ya? Bir artıyoruz. Bir artıyor. Evet, sadece bir. Saat 2'de sabitlendi mi? Ne oldu lan? Günü bitiremiyorum. Ya da bitmesi için bir şey mi olması lazım? Teyze gelsin çocuklar işte. Seni buradan çıkmaya zorlarsam ne olacak? Ben polis memuruyum. Peki gitmek zorunda değilsen Andre ile konuştum. Ortak paydada buluşmak istiyor.
I don't want to make anything work.
Hiçbir şekilde buluşmaya yanaşmıyorum. Dur biraz, hiçbir şekilde buluşmaya yanaşmıyor musun?
Yes, anything. I don't want to make anything work.
Mesajı aldım. Bu da benim manipülasyon becerim. Hadi bakalım. Sonrayı kulüpçülükle işbirliği yapması için ikna et. %92. Ağla. 2-2 attım ya, yanlışlıkla failliyordum ha. Çok basit, araştırması bittiğinde gidebilir. Bak, yaptığın araştırma hakkında pek iyi gitmediğini söylemiştim. Belki ben yardımcı olabilirim.
What? No, I don't really need any help with the project.
Bu projeyi bitirmene yardım edebilirsem dibindeki çıstak yapılan bir kilisede yaşamak zorunda kalmazsın, bir düşün.
She thinks about it. A glassy look in her eyes. A gust of wind brings more snow in from the broken gallery. It touches her hair.
Alright. Bring me the game's offsite copy from my old workspace, if you really want to help. It's stored on a filament memory, and I'm unable to go and fetch it myself.
Eski meydandaki Fortress Accident stüdyosu mu diyor?
Yeah, that's the one. You can get in through the bookshop. You just have to do some explaining to the bookstore lady.
Bendeki zaten. Lesens mi diyor?
That's her name, I believe.
Orayı tam nerede?
There's this giant ice bear fridge in the building's cellar. It's there.
Onu
Don't
aldım
worry,
ki.
you can't miss the bear. It's hideous.
But you've been to the fridge and it wasn't there. There was a note saying,
Ha, not vardı. Diğer dolaptaydı. Doğru. O dolabı açamadım ki. Uzaylı dondurucuda bir not buldum. Harici kopyanın daha güvenli bir yere taşındığı yazıyordu. Onu niye gidip kendini almıyorsun?
The bookstore lady hates me. Says I'm part of the curse. Whatever that means.
Niye öyle diyor?
Because she's from Martinez, and people from Martinez have never ever seen a radio computer. She thinks it emits elemental evil.
Suske. Duramıyorlar
She
pek evet.
literally started praying for the higher powers when she first saw my rain.
the lieutenant coughs like he's amused.
Once I came in one morning, only to find that my terminal was full of those strange trinkets and amulets. Ward, so what I need you to do here is go have a talk with her, say that you're a policeman and need to get to the building's basement. Then bring me the offsite copy, alright?
Ona niye
It's a
ihtiyacın var?
backup of my former employer's project, the radio game we were working on. It's stored on a filament memory, just like the one inside this radio.
She's making it extra simple for you.
The backup itself is destroyed now, but I'm hoping to use what's left of it to pinpoint the exact location of the anomaly. You just have to go to my old workspace and get the filament.
Taşınmış yalnız o.
Wait, a note from whom? Did it specify where they took the filament memory?
Yakındaki bir dondurma makinesinin içinde olduğu yazıyor.
Jawiza. Of course. Our project lead, Suliswov Jawiza.
Bana
God, he was always so
levye
hell
lazım
bent on
yalnız onun
keeping
için.
the copy somewhere
Daha
safe.
sağlam bir levye.
And feature creep. Like it would have made a difference. The offsite copy was perfectly safe when the data loss happened. That data loss was anomalous. And the heads... I won't even get into the heads. Millions of them. Go find that copy from that ice cream maker, will you? Thanks.
Tamamen donuk yalnız. Dondurucuya ceset koymuştuk
Wait,
biz.
what? Whose dead body?
You know, we don't actually have to tell the entire world about the fridge.
Whose body is it?
Asılmış adamın
And
cesedi.
what is it doing in the fridge?
It's almost as if she feels some sort of ownership of the fridge.
Geçici olarak koyduk.
You put it there? You put a dead body inside the ice bear fridge.
Ben de onu diyorum.
Okay. Very
Ah.
cool. Thanks for keeping me in the loop.
We would appreciate it if you kept this knowledge to yourself, please.
Who would I tell? My mother? I don't have anyone to tell. And if I did,
Ben de o yüzden zaten
I don't care.
sıkıntı yaşamadım. Açamadık yalnız.
This is getting ridiculous. Can't you just defrost it? Or, I don't know. I don't know about the ice cream maker. Just figure something out.
There's a solution, but she doesn't want to hand it over to you yet. It's a thing. Something she
Allah.
holds dear.
Peki bu mu proje
No,
planı?
that's the production schedule you stole and accessed without authorization. I don't need it.
Aman.
In his defense, it was simply lying in the desk drawer of an abandoned cubicle.
Okay, but still.
Tamam,
Thanks.
halledeceğiz. Nasıl açacağız lan onu?
And here's my Qualsund multi-tool.
Al
You
işte
might be able
verdi.
to hack loose some ice. It opens everything.
Ay amına.
If you get me...
It hurts a bit for her to say this. She's not too happy to be parting with the Kvalsund.
Yes? Thanks.
Ne diyorum, nereden buluyoruz? Şunu açacakmışız. Bir açalım bari.
Only the black cable is plugged into the breaker box, while the red one, something close to you, dies with a soft...
Very smart. Opening the lid should be much easier after the ice cream maker has defrosted.
Bu ne lan?
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water dripping.
Kas gücüne bakalım. Gücü 1. Kas gücü 2. Üstümde 3. Başka da yok.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand crank. Ice groans and howls under the strain of your giant Kvalsund multi-tool until the lid cracks open. Darkness lies inside, but you can faintly make out an object, intricate and foreign, left there for a sub-zero.
A scoop of ice cream would have been nice, yes.
You gently lift the cube from its front.
We should take it back to Miss Lukanen killed as soon as possible. I'm not sure how...
Yes, but aren't you curious to know what's on the precious filament?
Tabii ki de merak ediyorum. Ne giydik lan biz başka? Allah. Şimdi şu tane kas gücü veren bir şeyim vardı. Atlet giydim. Yeri neydi? İki taneymiş demek. İlginç. Kafam karıştı. Yani şu vardı bir de değil mi? Bunu giymedim mi ya? Ha, bununla o aynı şey. Tabii. Kas gücü 1, kas gücü 1. Doğru. Bir şey değişmiyor. 2 item oluyor. Bir bakalım neymiş.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. Casting like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking.
Oyunu oynayacağız ha.
The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's playing a magnetic
Gel
driver.
bakalım.
Good evening,
Merhaba
Doctor.
teyzem.
Please
Bir
repeat.
yatmadın ha.
Is this the offset copy? Good. No, that's not
Ne? Hayda. Aynı parola değilmiş. Ay amına koyayım.
received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do? Thank you. And
Niye farklı ya?
Are still the filament slides out of its glowing nest.
Amına koyayım ya. Tuzağa düştük. İşte anlaşmayı kabul etmez kesin şimdi. EYT mağduru evet. Ben geldim.
Yes, what is it? Yes? Thanks. Looks like it's the one.
İyi bir şey olmadı. Şimdi ne
Now
olacak?
I'm going to print it out to see what's left of it.
Wait. No. That's dangerous. She shouldn't do it.
Niye lan? Dur bakalım. Hislerimize güvenelim. Tehlikeli olabilir.
No, it's not dangerous. Just depressing.
Nereden
I
biliyorsun?
have a theory. Lintel was able to divine the anomaly's location from this broken copy. I want to repeat their calculation, only this time with better equipment.
Yakacaksın değil mi her şeyi?
Watch. What an intricate display of failure.
The paper starts filling out with ink, soaking it in a gleaming blackness. Not a single line of data stands out.
Buluntuya vermiş. Şimdi ne olacak? Yaman bellekle ilgili çok ciddi bir sorun var. Şimdi ne olacak?
Sona doesn't reply, her hands running over the printout. She's looking for something.
Kafasına sıkacak şimdi.
Star, eyes scouring the millimeters.
Here, I found it.
Nerede?
Hold on.
Sessiz
Just give me
kalın.
a second. I'm almost.
I've never witnessed a programmer work before.
Herhalde biz de görmemişizdir.
Done. I've got it. I found the location of the anomaly.
Aha. Tebrikler.
Thank you.
Neredeymiş?
There, in the swallow.
Yutakta.
Think you can help me again?
Tabii.
I need you to go move those water bolts for me. I need to double check my calculations.
What an interesting proposition. Truly a task for the intellectuals, solving the puzzle of water bowls.
Figure it out? No. I don't need you to figure anything out. I've got a computer for that. Just walk over to the circle and follow my instructions. Move the third bowl 2 centimeters to the left and the fourth bowl 5 centimeters to the right. This should do the trick.
Bunu yazsana ya. Cazir. Üçüncü kabı 2 santimetre sola. Dördüncü kabı da 5 santimetre sağa. Üçü 2 sola. 5'i 4'ü 5 sağa.
What? She only wants you to follow instructions. Nothing intellectually stimulating in this task. A child could do it.
Eyvallah. Tabii.
Thanks.
Zaman ilerlemiyor artık. 3 hangisi 3 ki? Hepsi aynı anda etkileşiyor.
It's awfully silent again, as if someone turned off the entire world. Measurements have been marked down around the bowls, each chalk-drawn line representing a centimeter on the floor.
Soldan 3. kabı 2 santimetre uzağa kaydır. Zaten başka seçenek yok.
It moves like a ghost without creating us. This task
Ne oldu
is an
lan?
insult to your mental skills.
Allah Allah. Hadi bir tane daha vur bakalım ne olacak.
Some water spills out of the bowl, wetting the floor. The lead programmer sends you an encouraging thumbs up from across the hall. Time to run back, or maybe walk. This is a sacred place after all.
Bak.
Yes, what is it?
Hallet.
Great. Everything should be aligned now.
Bir anda Black Mesa portal açsa ya.
Miss Know-It-All is hesitating.
Sorun ne?
Yeah. Nothing. Now the only thing left to do is to unmute the headphones.
Aç bakalım.
If we got the location right, we should then be able to hear whatever sound this anomaly makes.
Niye kapattın ki? Sessizlikten ibaret olmayacak mı?
I don't know. That's what I'm scared of. I don't know. It could... I mean, what sound does the nothing make? How can you even listen to something that doesn't exist? What if silence is only what surrounds it, but the swallow itself is... Maybe. Maybe I'm just tired.
Let's think about this logically. Why would nothing be terrifying if it's, well, nothing?
Bilmiyorum, bir şeyin korkutucu olduğu varsayımında bulunmak niye?
Because it reminds us of death. And we humans tend to think that death is pretty scary.
Okey.
Yeah.
Yüzleşmek
You're
zorundayız.
right. Let's do it.
The lieutenant takes a step back, and then nothing. Nothing happens. As Sona, Loken, and Kilda presses,
Ne
you
olacaktı
can
ki?
hear some small animal cross the floor in the chancel. It's that quiet in the sanctuary. She doesn't talk. Her eyes closed and brows knitted together in a state of deep focus. One hand cupping the headphone.
Damn it.
Duyamadım mı?
No, of course not. Nothing happened. Let's move on.
Despite her fear, she was hoping for something extraordinary to take place.
Ne demek bir şey olmadı?
No. No. My hypothesis was wrong. According to this, I should have heard something if I got the coordinates right. But this is just another failure. Silence sounds like silence. That's all it is. You can try on the headphones. See if you can hear it.
Silence is silence? You're sure there's more to it? This can't be it. You should have a listen.
İşitme efsanevi kulaklıkları tak. Erik'in kafa müziğine yardım ediyorsun. Erik kafa için melodi buldum. İşitme. İşitmemizin ekstra bir aparatı var mı ki? İşitme diye bir şey yok ki, algı var. İşitme ne ya?
Yes, what is it?
Algı. Okay. Buradan bir algı. Bunları bir çıkart. Kavga eksi birler gitsin. Bu arada işbirlik, empati, mantık, işbirlik tak. Dakika, mantık. Ansiklopedi takacağım. En azından belki bir yerden trigger alırız da experience patlar. Algı algı algı. Başka var mı? Bunları mantığa çekelim. Okay. Bunu da mantığa çekelim. C işine çekelim. İlkel üçgülü yapalım. Hadi bakalım.
Yes, what is it?
83 yardır.
All you hear is your own
Nasıl ya?
heavy and hoarse from all the nights spent drinking. It's the breath of an old man.
Bir üç atmak ne, ananı sikeyim ya. 83 ile feyizlamak ne ya?
But there's something else. There has to be something big, something ghosts. Speak to me. When was the
Ne
last
yaşıyoruz şu
time
an
this
acaba?
world had anything new to say?
Well, did you hear anything? Yeah. No, I don't think.
The lieutenant looks down at the floor, as if to say, maybe the speed freaks can help you with this. Go talk with Andre.
Allah Allah. ...25 puan lazım. Bu ne lan? Andrea'dan artı 2 bonus mu 3 bonus mu ne var zaten? 83 ile attım lan. Ne koyayım ya?
The
Andrea bu muydu?
large-headed youth has closed his eyes.
Incremental pro.
Erik kafaydı.
Hi
Andrea
again.
buydu.
So, how things go? Yes? What's the deal?
İngele tosladık.
What kind of a hitch?
Güzel bir mikrofon kurulumuyla bir anomaliyi yakalamaya çalışıyor ama kulaklığından ses
An
çıkmıyor.
audio shortfall, you say? Guess what? We got
Bunları bir taşıyın da ona koyalım.
low end. There's a good chance it can do it.
Aynen.
They've got one speaker. One. Uno. Un.
Çözüm bulduk.
We've got some serious range on this baby. It'll blast their shoes off. Believe me. Goodbye, officer.
Hadi bak. Atko. Çek atmama gerek yoksa şu kendi casual'ımı giyeyim. Zaten hoparlör
Yes, what is
taşıyacağız. Aa, bir daha atabiliyorum. Aynen. Yani gene fail atmam herhalde. 83 ile failladık.
Everything
Zahmet oldu.
disappears. You are draped in silence like a drowning man staring into his puny little headspace.
Öyle mi Zarif? Hoş geldin, eyvallah.
and then the pressure changes.
Değişiyor. Anlamı ne?
It feels like flying on an aerostatic, or when your ears pop, or like a subtle difference in the atmosphere, a weather change hanging in the air. What if the sound you're looking for is too low for you to hear it?
Ya bize lazım olan daha iyi bir ses sistemi ise?
A better sound system? Alright, but where would we get one?
Çocuklar gidip kuracaklar.
Suddenly, a rhythmic beat permeates the walls, causing a small patch of decorative stucco to crumble onto the...
They should really allocate some renovation funds to this place.
No. What they really should do is shut down the disco men for disturbing neighborhood peace.
Hoparlör lazım.
You mean the speed freaks?
Hı.
Of course. The speed freaks. They have a fantastic sound system. And you think they would help me?
Gelsinler işte şuraya.
I guess I could live through a week or two of peaceful coexistence.
Hadi bakalım, zahmet olacak.
Sure. Let me know how it goes.
Ben de üstümüzü başımızı giyelim. Şimdi geziyordum ben, ayakkabı başka. Ne bu var? Yaz kılabı şimdi. Tabii tabii. Bas da burada döner. Hadi bakalım, taşıyı ver.
Yes? What's the deal?
Haberleri iyi. Hoparlör lazım ha.
We are grateful, Copman. You're an augury of a new era of Nordic dance music. That's fine. We can manage. And what about the side business?
Yakın işimiz ne olacak? Gücü laboratuvar mı? Öyle bir şey olmayacak. Bunlar yasa dışı işler. Yakın iş mi? Görmezden gel. Laboratuvar yok.
Oh man, really? You're a complete ballbuster.
Yer de kurun.
Fine, we can make do. It's going to take us a bit to move our stuff inside. A couple of hours maybe. Come check back later. Let's get moving.
Durup gitmişler. Saat hala 2. Kilitlendi kaldı. İyi var. Zaman 2'den sonra donuyor. Ha, öyle mi? Aa, ne güzel yapmışlar lan. Vay vay vay vay vay. Nasıl oldu?
Yeah, it's all set up, man. Can you already imagine 1,000 people in here? 10,000.
Güzel.
Ecstatic vibrations. Totally. Now the only thing left to do is the name of the club. Will you do the honors, detective?
Kulübün adını belirlemek kaldı diyor. Biz belirleyeceğiz. Ne olsun? Andre olmalı. Önerin nedir? Acele. İsel. Diğerin. Erik kafa. Noyak. Senin görüşün ne? Benim bir fikrim var mı sonra? Ben olsam kulübe ne isim verirdim kim? Bunlara bir sorun. Noyak. Sen ne düşünüyorsun?
Amnesia.
Amnesia.
Like the... I can't remember the name of the club, Amnesia.
Güzel isim.
Amnesia! It's not amnesia, guys.
Olmazmış. Ona sen ne diyorsun?
I don't.
Good. We have too many opinions anyway.
Kim sen söyle.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't build a club and I wouldn't name it either.
Aman.
An underground place with no name? Sounds like something the Crabman would say.
We're not going with anything the Crabman would say.
Why not? The Crabman has ideas, Estelle.
I don't care. I don't like the Crabman and I don't like his ideas. His ideas are spooky. Next, please.
Bence Andre.
The name. Everything I managed to come up with sounds just wrong.
Andre's overthinking it.
Yes, you should do it, detective. It would be...
Noid's right. You've helped us so much.
Sen ne
It's
diyorsun
the
kız?
How about something simple? Like the club?
Kulüp.
Too modern and too ironic. We don't want ironic. We want real. Real and true and beautiful. Like a morning after the rave.
Erik kafa ne diyor?
Yakukata! Yakukata! The place to be!
Yeko Qatar, the zone of ecological catastrophe. That's too...
Hardcore! Hardcore? No, it has to be bigger than hardcore. Yes, it has to be even bigger than hardcore to the mega. It has to be bigger than the scene.
Dur bakalım, bulduk herhalde.
You have? Well, what's the name?
Disco Elysium.
Like that DeLorean word for the world, you mean? Elysium.
But Disco Elysium? Isn't it wacky? Disco's kind of gone, isn't it?
The past is the future, but the future is dead. No, it's beautiful. Beautiful and brave. Like we want it to be.
And short. And memorable.
Yani bir tırmanış.
Değişik.
Nereye tırmanıyoruz? Nasıl tırmanıyoruz? Bir tırmanış olsa hepimiz görürüz.
Hoş geldin kom.
It's settled then. Everyone welcome to Disco Elysium.
Temiz iş oldu.
Andre breaks into frenzied dance-like motion to
Dur,
celebrate.
biz de dans edeceğiz şimdi.
Someone turns
Büyük
up the
ihtimalle.
beat.
Bir oyunculuk başımı giyeyim de.
You should go with the flow. Join in on the experience.
Aa, giyemedik üstümüzü. Ayaklarını yere vurmaya başladı.
It feels good. It feels right. But what is this? What is this thing that Andre is doing with his limbs?
O ne yapıyormuş?
I'm dancing.
Sözde dansını konuşalım.
Yes, my man.
Talk? What is there to talk about if you can express yourself with moves?
Yapıştır.
Audio waves thump against your ribcage.
İşbirlik.
The
Konuşma,
speaker
sadece
setup
dans
makes
et.
everything sound much better.
18 ne ya?
But the beat is still so
Neymiş gerçekten? İmkansız diyor bir de utanmadan. 18'lik çek mi olur abi? Allah Allah. Çıkları niye böyle
It's to
senin?
express my individuality.
Is that a bald spot? It's hard to tell for sure with the fused together spikes, but it looks like he's balding.
Bu önemli mi?
Of course it is. Otherwise, I'd just be another poor guy with no education and no money.
İyi,
General,
makul.
maybe it was a bad idea. Anyway,
Allah Allah, artı ikimiz var bir de ya.
goodbye, officer.
İşbirlik. İşbirlik. Eksimiz de yok. Artı 1. Abi 18'lik çek mi olur? Ananı sikeyim ya. Vay anasını.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
...14 veya 21 falan olacak. Artı geliyor zaten. Artı gelmiş galiba. Görevi yaptıktan sonra deneyeceğim bu arada.
Goodbye, officer.
Niye oyunculuktan atmıyoruz ki? Ya. Lan da işbirlik artısı alıyormuşum bir de. Hadi bakalım şunu bir dinleyelim. Proje nasıl gidiyor? Proje. Proje çok... Nasıl? Niye ya? Şunu bir bağlayalım.
So that I can route the audio signal through the mixer into the speakers.
Neden rica etmiyor?
He doesn't listen to me. He only ever seems to care about hardcore and yekukata.
Ha, hallederim onu.
Let me know how it goes.
Dilini anlıyorum ben. Dur oğlum bir dur, sakin ol, çalacağız zaten, sakin.
Vibrations thump through your blue soul. The music sounds much better in the church. He stands on stage behind a table, nodding along to the music and waving his hand. The other real deck is empty. Cables running.
Beğendin mi?
Back on the case. No disgrace. Bring it down to party place.
Bir 5 dakika sal bana hoparlörü.
Page of the second chapter. To the mega. Yeah. I can route it through auxiliary. What kind of a cable does she use?
3.5.
Oh, she uses 3.5. Yeah.
Ha.
The auxiliary lining is 4.5 millimeter. These two don't.
Oh no, we're going to be in this church forever.
Dur lan, zaman dondu.
Don't worry, I have an adapter for it right
Ha, iyi
here.
bari.
Hang on, this is a 4.5. We're all good people.
Süper.
Whoa, thank God. Adapters noticeably degrade the sound quality.
Great! Someone got through to him. Okay, let's get it all set up. Can we
Müziği
turn
bir
the
kapatalım.
music off, please?
Everybody, don't panic. I'm going to turn off the on for just a sec. For a special scheduled event.
Tabii intro gibi düşün.
The honor will be back, but we're doing something else for one moment. All right, go tell her that Egghead is ready to rave to her tune.
Yes, what is it?
Tamam hadi aç.
Okay, but think you can ask him to turn the volume down a bit? Just in case.
Maximum!
Tamam, kıs lan.
Maximum is the on.
I know it is, but could you please turn it down just this instance? Just this one time?
Patlatacaksın aleti.
Pump it to the brick! Pump it to the hard master!
Glue style? Okay, there literally is no other way. The mixing desk is glued to maximum.
Manyak ya, master sesi oraya şey yapmış. Yapıştırıcıyla sabitlemiş.
See? He pumped it to the hard master. It's hopeless.
Neden sesi kısmak istiyor?
Because I'm afraid that something might happen. It's an unknown phenomenon. We can always turn it back up.
Can't turn down the hardcore!
Takılı
Of
kalmış.
course it is.
Yeah! Permanent enlightenment!
Ne olacak acaba? Patlayacak değil mi?
Never mind then. Let's get on with our project. I'm going to unmute the speakers on a count of 5. Everyone ready?
Hadi bakalım, ready.
Egghead pumps his hand up in the air, waiting for the beat to drop.
Ne keyifli bir görevmiş bu ya.
Born ready.
Uçtan hazır.
Ready.
I'm ready if you two are detectives.
Hadi bakalım.
The lieutenant nods stoically.
Yapıştır.
Suddenly, your palms are sweaty. The church seems cold and large, somehow.
Hayda. Inland bir sal ya. Hep de bir sik çıkıyor sen bunu yapınca. Vur.
5.
4. 3.
3.
2.
2.
1. Yapıştır.
Disengaged.
Ne yaptı lan her şeyi emdi?
No wind outside, no waves, no floorboards creaking. Total, continuous silence.
Ölüm gibi bir
This
şey oldu.
woman looks around. In the silence, you see dust move on the floorboards. The driver of the speaker
Lan
vibrates
yıkılacak.
in the air, and in the silence, a low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's a song inside you, not in the speakers, not in the room. A great bass sigh in the basement of your mind. Slowly, it builds until the air around you starts to vibrate. It's out there now, in the world, made manifest.
Lan oradan kafana düşecek.
It will devour everything.
Kapa kapa kapa.
The floorboards, the glass, the streets and the people. Nothing.
Guys, what's going on? It's getting louder.
Hayda. Akustikten patlıyor.
In the basins, the water looks like it's boiling.
Hosiana! Mother of Mega!
Gebereceğiz amına
In
koyayım.
his mind, a tidal wave approaching from afar, swallowing entire coastlines on its way. Salvation.
Ne bu şimdi?
The beauty and the beat! The future of dance!
No, Egg! It's the window!
Patlayacak.
In the corner of your eye, the lieutenant steps aside, cautiously, his eyes searching for a
The window is going to come down. No, the roof.
Çatı çöküyor.
Cracks appear on the stained glass window. Cracks run up the wooden pillars in the dark.
Come down to earth! Love!
Biri ölecek. Ne oluyor abi, ne oluyor?
Below it, all the bass grows, like the jaws of a giant compressor gnawing on metal and wood. It does not sound benevolent at all. It's shaking the building's foundation. The floor twists.
Adamı da evinden ettik.
That's it. I'm muting it.
Ne diyorsunuz? Çökecek ya. Save load yapmak istemiyorum. Hiç yapmadım ya. Kafamıza kilise inecek şimdi. Geberip gideceğiz dışarıda. Yıkılıyor oğlum. Paniklemeyin, tamam.
Beautiful car! Beautiful
Shit! It doesn't stop.
Durmuyormuş zaten. Dökülüyor, dökülüyor. Kız çekil oradan.
Yes, I've turned it off.
Durmuyormuş zaten. Kaç lan kaç.
Fuck! I can't shut it up. The signal's passed. It's not in here. It's...
In the mixing desk now, building into a positive feedback.
Oldu.
This is it. A great roar. The vault of the roof twists above you. Glass shatters somewhere near the door. It's coming down.
İndirelim mi camı? Umarım sadece cam iner. Durdurma lan.
But then it stops. Totally and utterly. As if there never was a sound. Only your ears still ring from the shock. Everybody is staring at Egghead, holding a dangling cable in his hand. A black 3-pin connector.
Ne çektin lan?
Egg.
I pulled the plug. It was getting too hardcore.
Ne oldu lan, korktun mu?
You did good, Egg. Most of the place seems to be intact. Fucking hell. Programmer lady, tell me you were recording that.
"4 years. 22 people. Millions of reals. All that time?
Ne buldun lan?
Yeah, but did you record it though? It was dope. I think we can use it.
Yes, Andre. I recorded it. Damn, I need to send some letters now. Thank you all for doing this. Eggman, you too.
Erik adam.
And you, officer. I don't know what we've discovered, but I know what it sounds like now. That's a start.
Ya bilime katkı sağladık. Bir şey, kim? Gördün mü? Duydun mu?
It was very hard not to. I think you're right. There is something going on here. And you need to be very careful with it.
I promise, officer. We will not play it again.
Neydi o?
It was mathematical information from the anomaly, presented as a waveform. That's what it was technically. I have no idea. I've never even heard of anything like this.
Her voice seems muffled in the
Bu şey
silent church.
Polish
It's
name.
your ears adjusting after the exposure.
Polisle mı
Yes,
yazacağım?
our lead designer. And maybe some of the producers too. And some of the writers. If they're sober enough to open it.
That it wasn't her fault. Or theirs.
They need to hear about this. Don't worry, I won't send the recording. Although I doubt they have the speakers to produce the frequency anyway.
Şimdi ne olacak?
Stay here. I'm going to stay here with these lunatics. Send letters, maybe meet Suliswolf. Also devise further messages.
Burada bu manyaklarla kalacaksın. İyi.
I want you to know that's totally chill with us.
Güzel.
I don't care, but thank you anyway.
That's the best she can manage for Andre. It's quite a lot in truth. For her, at least.
Andre için yapabileceğinin en iyisi bu. Esasında epey fazla. En azından kadın için.
Now,
Güzel.
I have a theory to come up with.
Best
Some
ending
kind
oldu
of
bu ikili
preliminary
için.
explanation to all this. Or the letter will sound like I've lost my mind.
Yes, and we have to get back to stabilizing Martinez. Instead of demolishing it with loud bass noise of unknown origins.
Bir dansımız var. Ne oldu mu?
Go in your stomach.
Pusu bilmiyoruz. Neden bilmiyorum pusu? Neyse, pusu öğrenince geliriz. Ne oldu lan? Çok mu hardcore? Günaydın.
Yeah! It was awesome and scary. Very hardcore. Too hardcore, in fact. I couldn't control it at all. It sucks
oldu?
up all the air in the mix until it's the only thing left. Starts compressing itself and everything around it. completely fills up the headspace.
Inside your chest, the heart beats still with the after effects of the sound. Imagine if you could harness that power.
Cevap bu mu?
But how?
What about the compressor? The one with the spiky hair was setting up to achieve some sort of parallel processing.
Ses saldırısı iyileştirebilir. Noktaları birleştir. El yatkınlığı. Koyayım 16 ne ya? El yatkınlığı. 2 level almışız lan. Oha. Vay vay. El yatkınlığı artı 2 buradan. Var mı gelen? Neyse kilise yıkılmadı var. Bilirlik. Bilirlik. El yatkınlığı 4. Dans etmeyi deneyebiliriz ya. En kötü zaten White Jack. Bir tane level verir sonra tekrar deneriz. Bilirlik, iş bilirlik. İş bilirlik yok mu ya? Ha, bu var. Okay. Yiyelim ne olacak? En kötü düşer canımız gider. %17 yapıştır.
You close your eyes and dream of the shapes your body should form to bring this strange music into life. For now, such ferocity of motion is beyond you.
But just imagine the moves you could pull to this futuristic beat.
Nereden çıktın lan yaratık?
Puts a grin on your face
Aa,
just to
moral
think
arttı.
about it. Even a failed attempt gets the juices flowing and repairs some of the damage done by
Gülmek bile sırıtmaya neden oluyor. Başarısız girişim bile kanını kaynatıyor.
Who knows what will happen?
Gerçekten dans edersen kim bilir neler olur. Aa, düşmedik de.
Salvation.
Kurtuluş. İyi, deneriz bir ara tekrar. En beklemediğin şey oluyor ya. Okay. O zaman şansımı şurada deneyeceğim. El yatkınlığı. El yatkınlığı ile ilgili bir şey yoktu değil mi? Yoktu. Oh, blind.
Bzz, bzz, bzz, goes the track in the background, never ending. You can't grasp what's missing, but you can try to make something up anyway. The young man bobs his head to the music, much as before.
Buna da tekrar check atarız. Sonra. Burada bir değişiklik var mı?
The mother of Hugh.
Nerede?
You got us in, cop. I can't believe you got us in.
With wonder in his sharp eye.
Between you and me, I don't know if you've noticed this about me. I'm a little suspicious of authority. But you really came through for the hardcore underground.
Burası artık böyle ya. Eninde sonunda atarız onları bir şekilde. Experience farmımız iyi.
Yes, you really came through for the hardcore underground. How come?
Andre is busy cutting some slightly less lame, but still quite ungainly, a cell using her contact mic to listen. The one with the large head is blasting the dance. Sire, the tent. 'Twas a security risk. And in here, sanctuary.
Burası korunaklı bir sığınak. Çok asil bir davranış sergilediniz. Eyvallah. Çadırda olacaklarına burada olsunlar. Onu sil. Orası güven değildi. Aynen öyle.
Okay.
Ne, bir şey diyemedin.
What he means is, you're right actually.
Haklısın aslında
The tent
diyor.
was a safety hazard, and this place was deserted anyway.
Nasıl olmuş kilise?
It's a miracle of carpentry. Dead bodies carved into total shapes. Now it can be something more.
Şeylerim diyor, heykelleri diyor.
Dead bodies are perennial plants. Sigma functions have left this place. I saw some piglets suckling their dead mother. They had sensed that she could no longer see. End
Ne
of
anlatıyorsun
quote.
acaba?
This is an high quality carcass. The power
Nereden,
of hypnotic
bu
beats
alıntı nereden?
a Sarai's man who lived a long time ago. An ancient hardcore brother. A 3,000-year-old tyrannical regime of history, built and maintained by hundreds of generations of self-appointed intellectuals. It's false core.
Yeni sistem bu mu?
Melodic dance music. Regular dance music wasn't hard enough. And that's right. The first settlers built it, plus 6 more like it, alone on an uninhabited archipelago, forced to face themselves.
He means something paranatural. He must...
I would want to build a safe place for myself and my own as well. Maybe they were unable to face the nature of the world. A cop who's into building critique. Okay then, total. Everything between an ancient concrete cathedral and a glass cube like that woman there.
Ansiklopedi çıkartmaya çalışıyorum da çıkartamıyorum.
Right, like to show off large and intricate structures. Arches, spires, put you down with them. They were really into painting everything white too. Virginal shit, you know. Married shit.
Beyaz değil ki bura.
Stands to reason it used to be white on the outside before the sea wind took all the paint off.
Year after year, flake after flake, whitewashed clean, then covered in...
Nasıl?
I don't. Fuck again being
Beğenmemiş.
the evil eye.
Ben kendin istedin buraya
I didn't
gelmeyi.
know it was in here. We have to get rid of it. Dismantle it. Can't dance with a giant...
Mellow, man, mellow. No one's a mass murderer. This is a house of love.
Ona göre.
Mass murder on the floor.
O güzel kadınmış.
She invented the beauty you're feeling. She and her glass cutters and iconographers. You set the standard, alright, then you meet it. It's effective like that, but it is also very soft of core. That so-called beauty of hers. You may be onto something, Copper Man. She's got those mass murdering hips.
Yola geldi.
I like this question, Cop Man. She didn't. That's not the life that
Kadın
humans live.
kadın
Kadın,
kadın
kadın.
kadın kadın
Humans
kadın
aren't. I
kadın.
don't know about you.
Çoğu Sir 74 boncukla kadın görüyor. Artık her gün klasik oldu lul.
Elektrokimya coşmadı ama. İnsanlar hayatı öyle değil. Ona tapılıyordu. İnsana tapılmaz. Seni bilemiyorum ama şahsen benden nefret ediliyor. Kimse beni abide falan olduğunu düşünmüyor.
Well, they loved her. They put all their love in her and forgot all about the rest of us. The world spirit does not have a body. It has this Arno van Eyck trap. Humanism leads to eating sugar and pigs. Humanism was in...
And many more tons of sugar.
She liked games. Her legacy, the thing we live in, isn't... No one says Arno van Eyck is a mass murderer. The nodded likewise. No one says Jermaine Egghead. There is. She is a party repellent and must be taken down before we can begin partying in here.
Alsın o keskin güzel cam parçalara dokunmayın. Düzgün suratı ve saçları burada kalsın.
The speed freak's eyes narrow with suspicion, as if he's looking at a man.
It's not coming down. People are gonna love it. It'll be like our thing. Plus it keeps the cold and the rain out.
Okay,
What a strange choice of words. Caustic. Overflowing with negative. That can't be
Ne oldu
helpful.
lan?
What's happening here? Why do you keep coming back to this window?
Niye camla bu kadar takılıyorsun ya? Bilmiyorum.
Well, you shouldn't. You shouldn't come back to this.
Allah Allah.
Stop talking about it, please.
The mass murderer? Okay.
Yerleşme süreci nasıl?
Odd to say, Copman. Signs in here are distinct. I did get to talk to the crabman, though. Anyway, he's been giving me kind of a... Dude's seen some crazy shit, but he's actually a lot like us.
Ne olmuş ya?
The man picks up on stuff, and he knows a lot about the church. I got good thing you didn't squash him.
İyi var. Ne anlattı sana?
The crabman's been lurking here for a while. He's experienced things. Things that give off bad signs. As far as we can tell, the Ubies built this place about 320.
Ceset mi
Not
varmış?
like a literal sarcophagus. Encasement, confinement, something they were afraid of. Something new and unheard of on the Isla. Like, this is some old world shit the Ubies had heard about. I thought the best way to deal with it was to build a church surrounding it to contain... I don't know. And it's not something they properly understood either. Or it'll be fruitless though. She won't be able to measure it. People like that always want to measure everything. Seems to be the
Ölçtük ama.
trend around here, doesn't it? You can't measure shit like this. It's maybe you can figure things out, Copman. Dead body, spirit, sure. Suspicious people are esoteric people. We don't go around. It took us setting out for the... It's short for paranoid.
Paranoyan noyaymış. Ne yararı
A
var?
reasonable question. Say I get hurt. I want to make sure it never happens again. It'd be easier to list stuff I'm not suspicious of.
This is a good, dangerous line of questioning. You should prod him on.
En çok şüphelendiğin şeyler neler?
I don't have a top 10 list of things I'm most suspicious of, but if I had one...
Something is off
Onu da
there.
eşeleye buldum.
It should be the other way around.
Terslik var, bunun tam tersi olması gerektiğini düşünüyorsun. Sol paradigması ve domuz buğday kompleksi mi demek istiyorsun?
No. Politics is an inert complex of daily corruption and inane think pieces. This is where the innovation happens. It's only a theory, but I suspect they're breeding...
Set
I
bakayım.
prefer not to. Both asked the wrong questions. And the original mistake was assuming that words...
Ne
had more
muhabbetin
meaning
varmış
than
senin de ya.
That's what led us astray.
Whatever this true life is, You feel it's the real centerpiece of this mythology.
Akıl hastası mısın sen yani?
Mental illness is a term the powers use to homogenize people. I think I don't reach mental illness. It's our only shit. We should make better use of not being animals or cereal grain ourselves. Yes, having food is means to an end, but the left never talks about the end, only the means. Caps are likewise suckers, constantly sleep.
His eyes flicker.
Bu nasıl bir şey? Gerçek hayat.
An internal division among oneself. And others, mankind has seeds of greatness in it. A germinal will come, a return
Nasıl
to
dönüyoruz buna?
beats and bright lights to shatter falsehoods. Nerve impulses for the collective body.
Just like that. The speed freak is right in your face. The young man is dead serious about this.
Değilmiş ama.
Rejection of the
Ama bir
right
tane
left axis. Emphasis on unity. Appreciation of some primordial mode of being. What does that
Faşizm gibi mi?
Nationalism, militarism, racism, and emphasis on a leader character are totally absent in hardcore.
Nasıl? Makul bir tespitte bulunmuştum.
He picks up a wrench and scratches his head with it, unaroused by fascism.
Bir de vermiyor ki. Nasıl? Veriyor ya. Ansiklopediyle pasif patlatınca 10 experience veriyor. Gayet iyi yani. 2 de şey veriyor. Real veriyor.
Many non-Occidental cultures share a beat at their art. Thus, they are utmost dedication. Thoughts from the spinal...
The term also signifies certain varieties
30 experience etti.
that depict penetration, just so you know.
Öyle miymiş?
Egghead usually has a better concept of the hardcore.
Hardcore!
Asker daha çok vermişti ansiklopedisiz. Hiçbir şey yok. Porno terimi bu, biliyor musun?
Pretty hardcore coincidence, don't you think?
Yeah!
Oh yeah, sure thing.
Sertliğin kitabını içselleştir. Sadece ayak uydurma gerçekten sertliğin kitabı. Allah Allah. Kavramlaştırma. Kıyafetler ne ayak?
Hardcore.
Bu kadar mı?
They're just clothes.
Ha, derin anlamı var sanıyordum.
Just a style, you know, normal hard style. Anyone can wear it.
Kavramlaştırma çekime bakayım. Bir şey yapabiliriz. Yalnız bizim talent slotumuz sıkıntı oldu. Bir tane var sadece. Mi yok lan? Allah Allah. Kavramlaştıran bir tane var. Bir tane de buradan var. İki tane var.
Why does art inspire you so much?
Arttırınca hemen patladı. Veriyor ama sanat nedir?
Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary. In short, art is the highest. Have you looked in the mirror lately?
Yolla.
To be honest,
Fikir
you have
tohumu
the
geliyor.
exact features of the modern artist, with that wild hair and those clothes. Yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking
Tekrar
real
düşmekten
living
kurtaracak şey
art here.
%50 sanat eleştirmeni
Become
olmak
the
zor
art
olsun.
half art critic, half
Düz polis olmam
Quit
gerekmiyor
being
mu?
so indecisive. What are you going for here? Some kind of indecisive and exactly. It's not only
Diplomalı
your
sanat
duty to
eleştirmeni.
only go ahead and provide savage criticism.
Algı -1. 1 saat 30 dakika. Kavramlaştırma falan veriyor herhalde de. Bu şeyi merak ediyorum yani. Çorak gerçekliği. 20 saat araştırma süresi. Hadi şuna bir bakalım.
What's on your mind?
Ertliğin kitabını da bir deneyelim bakalım.
Dedicated, hyperactive, unified. You will have to add something of your own to understand this list of loosely formed qualities called hardcore. You need your own entry.
Hardcore
Make it.
mentality.
Test your limits. Surpass them. Dance till you drop. Jumping around,
Ne oluyor?
as this sort of music requires, is actually a taxing physical activity and should be dignified with a sports suit. You might as well make it complete
Ertliğin
with a
kitabı
whistle then.
geldi. -2 el yatkınlığı. Grameri siktir et. 1 saat 50 dakika. Bu büyük ihtimalle şey ya. Hayvani içgüdü mü neydi? İlkel içgüdüyü arttırır herhalde. Ya da dayanıklı. Ya şu bünyeden çalışacak. Neyse. Geri giyelim. Gibiyiz. Sen ne yapıyorsun?
She's whistling a melody, her trusty contact mic attached to a wooden pulpit. At the sound of your foot,
Hey there. I've been recording some new audio from all these beams and rafters. The sounds travelling through the wood are pretty, but that's not really what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to thank you instead
Hiç.
for getting me and my friends in here. And we even found some new associates, such as they are.
Diğerleri?
Good, I think. Noid is
İyiymiş.
getting a read on the place. I think he finds the carpentry very impressive. Andre's been setting up the compressor and dancing. Egghead's been keeping the Sauna, the programmer. She's doing whatever she does behind that radio computer of hers.
Bir işime
Doesn't talk
yarayacak
to
mı
us
ki bu?
much. And the crab man hasn't shown himself, thank God.
Ortaklarınız kim?
Sure. You helped us out. I can repay the favor. What do you want to know?
Bize o kadar yardım ettin. İyilik borcunu ödeyebilirim. Ne öğrenmek istiyorsun? Hepsinden bahset. Sonradan bahset.
Ah, she's a bit odd, I have to say. Doesn't talk much. I'm not really sure how to find. But earlier today, she told me about Welkins, and she seemed oddly happy, like she had some idea with those little creatures, some artistic idea. I didn't really listen. I was busy with the crab man. Still gives me the creeps the way he moves. I just tried to stay away from the crab man, but he talks to Noid. They seem to have some thing going on.
Orada ne
Who
yapıyor?
knows? He doesn't really answer our questions, see?
Noyak'la ne
Not
konuşuyor?
beats me. Noid said they get along somehow. Who do you want to know about?
Andre?
Andre? He's a cool guy. Doesn't really come off as one, but he takes care of shit. Sorry. I mean, he's got a vision. For what life should be, you know? He tries to push things until everything falls into place. Nothing. But then again, there's nothing to organise around here either. Must have taken it as a sign when he found it abandoned like that. Said it was an augury. I've never seen him so psyched about anything though. And he's often psyched. I mean, not that he does drugs, just high, you know?
Yaşamaktan mı?
Yes. Anyway.
Taşları dökülüyormuş.
Come to think of it, yes.
This is the first time you've heard her laugh.
İlk defa
He's
gülüyor.
in some kind of a self-destruction mode with that hair of his. Bleaching it like that. Probably wants to get rid of it altogether. Yes. Who do you want to know about?
Noyak.
He's a four-burger, I guess, like the rest of us. Okay, maybe not Egg, I don't know about him, but Noid and the rest are from Forberg, making the pilgrimage up north to visit the Palaceum. He's real hardcore about the lifestyle. It's just something poor Forberg kids do every spring, to pass... I don't know, man. Have you been down Boogie Street? It's a little bewildering. No? Okay. Then you should go and take a look, I guess. Boogie Street is cool. It's got a lot of immigrants and all kinds of different people. Yeah. What do you mean do? Like for a living? He's a carpenter, trained and all. He's very good, he just doesn't have the mindset to work like... Wow, you really have talked to him. Indeed, Noid serves no master but the beat.
Sen?
Sir, I abide by the law.
A strange feeling. Every now and then, something feels off about the way she speaks. She doesn't change tone, but you feel...
Who do you want to know about? What do you mean? Oh, that. He's the party boy. And Nordic music doesn't really do vocals in the traditional sense. Vocals are thought of as rock. That's to say they're a bit backward. No offence if you like rock music though. Rock music's cool by me. Anyway, even if you don't have vocals, you still need someone to say something. He basically just stands on the stage.
I understand. People are usually afraid to do things if others aren't already doing them. Dancing makes you dance, like sneezing makes you sneeze. Anyway.
Hayırdır kim?
We don't know where he's from, or who he is really.
Muhabbet hoşuna gitti.
One time we were out partying somewhere in backwater Forberg.
The worst of the
Temiz.
Banlieues. A wretched heap of closed down mines, even west of Jamrock, on the dust.
Egg was yelling along to some jam someone was spinning, all night long. Just kept yelling until he didn't have a shred of voice left. When Egg came with us, he made this wheezing puppy dog sound all the way back. It was definitely Coal City, because it took us 2 days to walk back to the fort. He just wheezed the whole way. People are sweet.
You can see it must have been a great night. The memory causes her to go silent.
Ne güzel.
Wish you'd been there.
Who do you want to know about?
Kendin.
Me? Again? I told you, I'm a silver bird.
There's that phrase again. It really reminds you of something.
Ne demek?
It means I don't answer questions about myself. All right. There is. Is there a law that would stop me from lying, though?
That would depend on the circumstances.
Thank you.
Allah
Sure.
Allah. Aha bu ne? Gümüş kuşu yakala. Tepki hızı. 14. Burada ekleyebileceğimiz çok fazla şey var. Sonra bir daha gelip deneyebiliriz. Ama ondan önce 20 saatliği başlatacağım. bunu kullanmıyoruz. Çorak gerçekleşiyor. Eksi 2 kas gücü. Artı 1 el yatkınlığı. Bayağı iyi de. Olmalı sanat iyileştirme. Saat 30 dakika. Eksi 2 el yatkınlığı. Grameri siktir et. Saat 50 dakika. Bundan iyi bir şey çıkacak gibi ya, 20 saat. Yine kenarda var. 80 puandayız. Çok iyi. Kendi saatinde. Kilise, her şey yapıldı kilisede. Keyfimiz yerinde. Bu şeyi de, bası da halledersek güzel olacak. Ne gerekiyordu onun için? El yatkınlığı.
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious.
Okey. Hadi artık şu günü bitirelim bari. MGS deli oyunu amına koyayım. Manyak Kojima'nın manyak ruh halleri. Bir zamanlar güzel oyun yapabiliyordu. Daha doğrusu oyun yapmakla ilgilenebiliyordu. Evet. Bugünü bitirelim artık.
It's getting late and it's snowing. Time to call it a day.
Hadi
Good
evine.
night, officer. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
Şimdi şöyle bir durum var. Günü bitirmeyeceğim. Çünkü Asya'yı sorgulayacağım. Asya'da 3 tane görev var. Ama bunu bir sonraki oynayışımızda yapacağım. Ve bu hafta sonu büyük ihtimalle bitireceğiz oyunu. Bu saatte uyuyor da olabilir ama neyse, deneyelim. Başka türlü de şey yapamıyoruz ki. Adam başımızdan atamıyoruz ki. Önce çok iyi bir kilise mevzusuydu. Keyifliydi ya. Kaydetti mi lan? Garip bir şey yaptı ha. İyi gidiyor. Bu sefer eğlenceli bir kısmını oynamış olduk. Kırılacak gibi hissediyorum bu ya. Neyse. Eyvallah, izleyenlere çok teşekkürler. Görüşürüz.